Our committee members, this is Lisa with OMB. I did email that to, let me see. I emailed it yesterday. Hold on, let me see. I hope I emailed it to the right person. Hmm. I emailed it to Angelita Benali yesterday. Mr. Zwerline and Mr. Zwerline. Who do I need to send this to? Yesterday
Oh,
morning at 11:25.
okay. The committee members, Mr. Swerline, and I think you got covered all the bases. I just have to
Oh,
look
Mr.
through
Chair,
the.
Mr. Chair,
Oh, Ms.
I
Benali.
did find, excuse me, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education and Human Services Committee, I did find the OMB document that Lisa said. I get these OMB summaries from different individuals, so it's kind of difficult for me to, um, like kind of like focus on or keeping an eye on, which summaries are coming from which person. But this is the last one, and I'll forward it to all of the committee members. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sheila. So let's go back to Mr. Swerline. You have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the committee members and to the members of OMB that are on the call. For the fiscal year 22 budget season, the Veterans Administration Business Unit 103015 was given a planning allocation of $1,548,000. We were also given a general wage adjustment allocation of $15,184. The Navajo Nation Veterans Administration Loan Department, Business Unit 903002, has a proprietary fund allocation of $15,000. This $15,000 is based on income generated by the program in previous fiscal years. And this is not, for clarification, not the balance that is used to produce veterans loans. This number, this $15,000, is for assisting in the operations of the program only. For Business Unit 703XXX-1, this business unit will be the Veterans Administration Trust Fund for Eastern Agency. Their planning allocation for the fiscal year of fiduciary funds is $761,078. Business Unit 703XXX-2 is the Northern Agency allocation in the amount of $902,838. 703XXX-3 is the Chin Lee Agency allocation. That is the amount of $559,069. Business Unit 703125 is Fort Defiance Agency. Their allocation is $1,348,498. Business Unit 703126 is the allocation for, is the business unit for Western Agency, and their fiscal year allocation is $709,246. These 5 business units received equal distribution of the combined total of the Veterans Trust Fund allocation for fiscal year 22, which, according to the Office of the Controller as provided to the Veterans Administration through written memorandum, was $4,280,729. So Fort Defiance, having 31.5% of the veterans population, their share was $1,348,498. With Chin Lee Agency having increased their veterans count, they are up to 13% to the population, resulting in $559,069. Western Agency having 16.5% of the population is $709,246. Eastern 18% at $761,078. And then Northern Agency now up to 21% to the veteran population at $902,838. This year for fiscal year 22, the business unit N01373 for the Veterans Trust Homes, the allocation as indicated through written memorandum from the Controller's Office for fiscal year 22 was $3,746,460. Under the new legislation that was approved by the 24th Navajo Nation Council and signed into law by the president last week, 100% of those housing program funds are going into a single business unit. So this year there is no longer 5 different business units. There is one single business unit for the housing program. For general funds, that is a total for the fiscal year 22 of $1,563,184. For proprietary funds, that is a total of $15,000. And for fiduciary funds, that is a total of $8,027,189. The Veterans Administration is requesting unmet needs for fiscal year 22 in the amount of $100,000 for the purchase of furniture for the new Fort Defiance Agency Veterans Administration building. This building was replaced by risk management. The previous building was written off as a complete loss, and not covered under that replacement was furniture for the new building. The old furniture that was in the old building was demolished along with the building. So there is no furniture for the Fort Defiance staff to move into the new building when it comes online. We are also asking for $250,000 for building safety and security upgrades for the safety of our Veterans Administration staff and their offices. This last year has demonstrated to us the importance of ensuring that the veterans' records and employees are safe in the office during operating hours and after hours. The central administration, if you were not aware, we do have a security system, video security system on this building. And that was instrumental towards the apprehension of the individual who broke into this building several months ago and stole property, specifically Navajo Nation property, which was recovered again as a direct result of that security system. So this is going to conclude the presentation at this time. We thank you for your consideration on these numbers, and I look forward to OMB's report and then any questions from the committee members. Thank you.
Committee members, have you received the email from Ms. Angelita Benali regarding the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration OMB report? It is I received mine, so let's go to Miss Lisa Jim.
Good morning, Chair, committee members of the Health.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good morning, Chair, committee members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I'll be reading the Navajo Nation Veterans 22 Budget Hearings Report, the Navajo Nation OMB report. You have listed the table of contents. You have A is the FY22 Fund Type Budget Summary. B is the third quarter FY21 third quarter expenditure report. C is the FY21 third quarter performance assessment report. D is the FY21 third quarter plans operations stats report. E is FY21 conditional appropriation legislative concern report. F is the FY21 external funds report. There are none for veterans. And G is the FY19 single audit report. Again, there are none for the veterans program. Moving on to Part A, the FY22 Fund Type Budget Summary. For FY21 Business Unit 103015, the Veterans Administration received $1,548,000. For FY22, the proposed general fund budget is $1,548,000. Zero indirect cost funds. For the general wage adjustment, they received $15,184. Zero external cash match. Zero proprietary. Zero fiduciary. Zero special revenue fund internal, and zero special revenue fund external, giving me a total amount of $1,563,184. Moving on to the fiduciary funds, the 703XXX accounts. For FY21, the amount was $7,367,743. For FY22, there's zero general fund, zero IDC, zero general wage adjustment, zero cash match, zero proprietary, and the fiduciary amount is $4,280,729. Zero special revenue fund internal, zero special revenue fund external, giving me a total amount of $4,280,729. For the Veterans Administration Loan Program, Business Unit 903002, the amount for 2021 was $15,000. The general fund amount is zero, indirect cost is zero, general wage adjustment is zero, external cash match is zero. The proprietary amount is $15,000. Zero fiduciary, zero special revenue fund internal, zero special revenue fund external, giving me a total amount of $15,000. For the Veterans Administration Trust Homes, they received zero funds for FY21, zero for proposed 22. They received zero general funds, zero IDC, zero general wage adjustment, zero external cash match, and zero proprietary. The fiduciary funds is $3,746,460. Special revenue fund internal is zero. Special revenue fund external is zero, giving me a total amount of $3,746,460. The total special revenue funds for FY21 was $7,382,743. They received zero general funds, zero IDC, zero general wage adjustment, zero external funds cash match. Proprietary funds is $15,000. Fiduciary funds is $8,027,189. Special revenue fund internal is zero. Special revenue fund external, giving me total amount for the special revenue funds of $8,042,189. Moving on to Part B, the FY21 third quarter expenditure report. You have one of three. I will be going to the bottom line on page 3 of 3. Veterans Trust. The original amount was $4,583,483.25. Revised budget was $7,367,743. Actual is $2,184,624.65. Zero encumbrances. Budget available is $5,182,118.35, giving spent total of 42.46%. For the general funds amount, the 103015 general fund business unit, the VA administration. Original budget was $422,679.86. Revised budget was $1,543,501.78. Actuals is 851,667.94. Encumbrance is 39,911.28. Bringing the budget available is 651,922.56. Expense total 57.76. Business Unit 103002, the loan program. Original budget was 3,750. Revised budget was 15,000. Actuals was 1,501.75. Zero encumbrances, giving you a budget available of 13,498.25. Expense total 10.01%. Part C, I'll give to Janet McCabe.
Okay, the tab C for the performance assessment report. There are 7 business units, and I will go through the quarterly average scores. During the first and second quarter, the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration was on a CR budget, so that will be the average score for the continuing resolution performance. First quarter is 1.09, second quarter 1.29. The third quarter is the FY21 budget with an average score of 2.00. Moving on to tab D, third quarter plans of operation status report. There are 12 business units for the entire Navajo Veterans Administration. The statutory reference of the legislation resolutions in the year adopted indicate that the Navajo Veterans Administration has a current up-to-date plan of operation. Moving on to tab E, condition of appropriation and legislative concern. There is only one legislative concern, number 23, with an end date of second quarter. There was no response from the program and the status is non-compliant. That concludes the OMB report, Chair, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Swearline, back to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Budget overview statement and presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just as a brief closure for addressing the report by the Office of Management and Budget, when the data was pulled for the expenditure rates for the Veterans Trust Fund, the new budget CAP 2721 had not concluded being uploaded into the system, and the journal entries being adjusted under the new business units. I would like to draw your attention to page 3 of 3. Second to last line item, business unit 703125 for Fort Defiance Agency. It reflects the expense percentage is 0.2% expended. Fort Defiance Agency, as the largest agency containing the most veterans, has expended more, significantly more than 0.02% of their allocated FY21 total. So I would ask the committee members to look at these numbers for expenditures on the trust fund, keeping in mind that the continuing resolution legislations played significant havoc on the availability of funds and the accuracy of the records within the financial accounting system. So what is contained in these reports, while the math does work out correctly, it is not an accurate reflection of what was actually expended within third quarter. The same holds true for business unit 103015 for our expenditures, as the expenditures are being vouchered from the non-existent business units 103016 through 103019. All those vouchers that is adjusting our available budget significantly. Then with the Veterans Loan Program, we have a recently signed contract that is obligating 100% of those funds. So their expense total, again, is showing as accurate reflection, but it is not showing the encumbrance yet because the contract has not been processed by the Office of the Controller, by the Office of the Controller at this time. So that is going to conclude my closing remarks to the members of the committee. Again, I'm looking forward to your questions. Thank you.
Committee members, do you have any questions? Discussion?
Chair,
Oh, Honorable Edison Wanika, you have the floor.
thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I just have a question on Part B, FY 2021 third quarter budget expenditure report. Not all chapters are listed, and I was wondering why they're here. Like St. Michael's and Oak Street are not part of it.
Mr. Squirline, and then to Mrs. Jim.
Thank you for the question, sir. The agency of Fort Defiance and the agency of Western have all had their individual CVO accounts consolidated under those business units. As we are moving forward into the fiscal year 22 budgets, the other three agencies will be doing likewise. So there will not be individual allocations by chapter moving forward. That's how it was supposed to be for the FY21 budget. But due to other circumstances, those three agencies were permitted to have individual chapter accounts. And Fort Defiance and Western Agency requested to stick with the original plan and have their agencies consolidated and have all of the agency allocation for funding be placed into that one business unit. Thank you again for the question, sir.
Chair, Delegate Begay.
Oh, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. As far as consolidating all the chapters and agency budget, who determines how, from the agency, determines how funding will be used for each of the chapters after it's been consolidated into an agency? For example, Western Agency, is there some commission or group that was
Che, we lost your connection. I didn't hear your last part of your statement. Question.
rewind? Okay, thank you, Che. Just a question on how, if the fund will be consolidated into an agency, how will the administration of the budget be done going to individual chapters? That is my question. Thank you.
Mr. Swerline?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Delegate Begay, for the question. So the trust fund budgets are developed as a responsibility of the administration based on previous conversations with the Veterans Advisory Council in fiscal year 2020, we determined a better way forward to addressing the greater needs of the individual veterans across the Navajo Nation. And so it was determined at that time that we would start consolidating to agency level business units. Individual chapters now will not have a specific allocation carved out specifically and only for that chapter, but they still have the exact same access to the funds that they would have had if they had a chapter allocation. So for individual veterans, there is absolutely no change in the process. For chapter veterans organizations that are requesting to expend funds, the only change now is they have to get permission from the agency veterans organization to be able to make those expenditures. It is no longer simply a matter of a chapter having extra funds and wanting to be able to buy promotional items when there are veterans in other chapters who are still in need of assistance, but they no longer have funding in their account. So now the agency veteran leadership, not the Veterans Administration staff, the actual veterans themselves, their own elected commanders and agency commanders, will be making determinations on how those funds are permitted to be expended. And if those agency commanders at those meetings are approving specific purchases, expenditures of funds, then they will record that in their meeting minutes and forward that to the administration, and we will process that request. And as long as those requests are all in compliance with the approved financial assistance policy, then the administration will not be denying those requests. It is a reflection that the veterans have spoken on how they wish to expend their funds, and it has been approved by the veteran population, and then we will simply process that. So thank you for the question, sir.
Committee members, anybody else? There being none by the committee members, the chair has a few questions. Number one, the Veterans Advisory Council and the Agency Veterans Organization, within their plan of operation, are they empowered to make the decision that you just enumerated on? It's an advisory council, yet they're making decisions on expenditures. That is the question. Mr. Schwerlein?
Thank you for the question, sir. The Veterans Advisory Council as a body is not making those decisions. The veterans, through their meetings at the agency level, will be making those decisions. And that authority would not be contained within their plan of operation. It will be contained in the program policy that will be before your committee prior to the end of this fiscal year for consideration and implementation for one utility.
Mr. Mose, can you detect where that background noise is coming from? And if you can, mute,
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Benali?
Yes, I did see the background noise. It was, just, like some heavy wind coming through, so I mute that particular caller.
Thank you. Regarding the OMB report, Ms. Jim, the expenditure, third quarter budget expenditure report. There are funds that are available for each of the chapter veterans organizations. In the, it looks like the Shiprock and Eastern Agency. Those availability of the budgets, will they be carried over into FY 2022?
Good morning, Chair, committee members. For the Veterans Trust Funds, I believe they are carried over. And then yes, they would be. And then for your question regarding Fort Defiance and Western, as Mr. Zwerlein stated, those two programs were, those two agencies were consolidated. That's why you have the one business unit for Fort Defiance and the one business unit for Western. This is per the FY21 approved budget. For FY22 budget, they will be further consolidated into 5 agencies. Then you'll have your Fort Defiance and Western, or you'll have your Eastern, Northern, and Chinle agency all consolidated into one agency per each agency. So you only have 5 business units compared to the each chapter business unit for FY22. Mr. Chair, committee members.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Jim. The external funds expenditure report, that basically there is none because there were no external funds used by the veterans. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Then on tab G, FY 2019 single audit report. It shows there is none. And I'm wondering why the veterans program was excluded from the audit. Is that a question that we need to have the Auditor General come on the line to answer that question?
No, Mr. Chair, committee members. If you have external funds, you're subject to an audit. And then because the Veterans Program does not have any external funds, they would not have an audit. Now, if we're talking about an audit for the overall Veterans Administration, that would be a separate audit. That wouldn't be an external fund single audit report. That would be an audit from the Auditor General. Maybe a performance audit is what you're looking for. And that you would probably have to ask the Auditor General for their audit. Mr. Chair, committee members?
Thank you. Ms. Benali, Ms. Angelita Benali, could you get the staff from the Auditor General to, I guess the main question would be, when was the last time the Veterans Administration underwent a performance audit? Okay. Mr. Squareline, I'm trying to make heads and tails. You basically have of the FY21 budget status report that is part of OMB's report. Business Unit 103015, Navajo Veterans Administration. You basically have 651,922. Do you expect to spend that, or will you need to carry that over?
Thank you for the question, sir. So as I was trying to explain through my presentations, the data contained in this report is not current. There were expenditures that were expended by the other 5 business units of the administration that needed to be transferred over to 103015. And when those transfers occurred, after the data on this report was pulled, it significantly impacted the number. You can see that this budget status report was as of June 30th. When our comprehensive budget legislation was passed by council in April, it took more than 75 days for OMB to actually get our budget loaded. And then once those numbers were loaded, it became a responsibility of the controller's office to do what they call voucher entries or journal vouchers, to be able to move expenditures from the old business units over to the new business units. So our current available balance is reflecting significantly less than $650,000. And we are still trying to work with OMB to get those numbers in our budget reflecting appropriately, because when our budget was loaded, it started showing negative balances in an account to the amount north of negative $220,000, when the approved budget showed an approval of having $128,000, I believe is what it was. So we're trying to reconcile where those differences are in our budget. It is not likely that we will get those reconciliations done within this fiscal year because of the closeout schedules. For the last 2 weeks, the Office of Management and Budget and the Controller's Office, understandably, have been preparing for this budget process. And so they have not had sufficient time, due to lack of personnel, to able to be reconciling with this program to get our numbers current. So more to your question, would we be asking for our carryover? The answer every year for us is going to be yes. Will it be in the amount of $650,000? Definitely not. I would be surprised if we are anywhere close to $100,000. Likely, we're going to be in the neighborhood of $50,000. So if we are able to do reconciliation with OMB in some time between hearings in preparation for the next stage with budget and finance, then by the time we get to that point, we should have a more accurate number of where we stand in our budgets. So thank you for the question, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Squirline. I guess now that also affects the budget available for Fort Defiance, the trust fund Fort Defiance agency, as well as Western agency, and including all the business units in the Shiprock and Eastern agencies. The accuracy of budget available, is that a somewhat better more firm budget numbers that are part of the OMB report, budget available?
Yes, sir. The numbers for the individual CVOs from Eastern, Northern, and Chinle agencies are more accurate because there was no requirement to do the voucher entries that were needed for the Fort Defiance and the Western agency budgets. So when the comprehensive budget was passed for those chapters, it simply became an adjustment of the available, the revised budget numbers, and there were no requirements to move the expenditures. So all of the veterans that received their assistance stayed in that same account. One chapter that I will call to your attention is on page 1 of 3. That's Business Unit 703021 for Counselor Chapter. They're showing a 9.3% expenditure. That is accurate, and that is consistent through the last several years from that particular chapter. Not every chapter expends their allocation. So you can see on this report that that is $32,000 of unexpended funds. And when we look down the list for another chapter, say Business Unit 703028 for Mariano Lake, with 85% of their funds expended, with the remaining balance of just under $6,000. I'm sure that within Mariano Lake, there were more veterans that could have used financial assistance, but the $6,000 that's sitting there is not likely sitting in one of the accounts that a veteran can use for financial assistance. Those funds are likely sitting in meeting stipends, supplies, or special transactions. So that's one thing that we are working to address as we're consolidating the agency's chapters into an agency account. Then we're drawing down as an agency level account, and we're helping more veterans through that manner. I know that's a little bit more information than you were asking for in your question, sir, but hopefully that clarifies the picture a little bit for you. Thank you for the question.
Okay, back to OMB, which brings up Counselor Chapter. OMB, previous allocations to the chapters, let's say from 2017 to 2021. Could you provide the committee the budget availability for each of the chapters? And I think that would include all 110 chapters, because that request, because I think Fort Defiance and Western hadn't been consolidated in 2017. Am I correct, Mr. Swirline?
Yes, sir, you are correct. Fort Defiance and Western first became consolidated in fiscal year 21.
Okay. Is that possible, Miss Jim?
Yes, yes, Mr. Chair, committee members, OMB can provide you a report for, you want it for the different, you want it for the Veterans Trust Fund, correct?
Yes, the ones that are listed as the business units on what is it? Tab
Page
B.
1.
Yeah.
Page 103, the 730.14 all the way to 730 would be 124. And you
Yes.
want those back from, did you say 2017?
Well, what I guess what I'm trying to ascertain is, what is the total, because in prior years I think we carried them over and we've kept carrying them over, and I'm wondering how much is available. I know for Counselor Chapter, the veterans have been almost inactive, and they're finally starting to convene. And so that's an issue that we've tried to address at the local level. And if I could, report back to them and for our committee members and even to the council, we would have a better idea of the funds available, and especially to the chapter leadership, because as I understand it, each of the chapters is supposed to pass a resolution to basically accept the monies on behalf of the veterans organization, that they can use it, and then to also designate the chapter veterans organization as a committee of the chapter. And that way, through that resolution, then the veterans organization has a duty and a responsibility to report to the chapter membership. Am I correct, Mr. Swirline?
I'm still trying to decipher your statement a little bit, sir, so please correct me if I'm misunderstanding. Yes, a chapter veterans organization should have a resolution from the chapter establishing them as a subcommittee of that chapter. But in those previous years, a chapter veterans organization's funding allocation had nothing to do with the chapter itself. Those funds were never reported to the chapter. They are maintained by the administration. And so the chapter veterans organization is not required to make any expenditure reports or requests for expenditures to the chapter. They do those internally within their chapter veterans organizations, and then in the future within the agency veterans organizations. Does that answer your question, sir?
Yes, I guess that's, and possibly that might be a reason that some of the chapters have outstanding large amounts. Thank you for the follow-up, but Miss Jim, I can't remember exactly the year that the Veterans Trust Fund chapter allocation was established. And if I guess the other thing is, what I'm trying to get is that the chapter allocations just keep building and building and building. And how do we get the veterans organization to help their individual veterans within their chapter organizations? And if we need to make let's say, a legislative concern respective of that, then I'd ask the committee to ponder that particular legislative concern. Mr. Swerline, are you okay with such an expression of that sort?
Thank you for that question, sir. I would suggest to the committee members that the financial assistance program and its funding is there if the veterans need it. And so when we're looking at these expenses, year after year, we as programs, it's drummed to us that we need to be drawing down. We have to be showing 75% expended by the third quarter. The Veterans Trust Fund should be considered the exception to that rule. If our veterans don't require the financial assistance, having carryover is not a bad thing. Having that carryover shows, at least in part, that the financial well-being of at least some of our veterans is healthy. And then when our veterans want to do things like promo items or events where they have catering, then there's money to be able to do that. And those funds are not being spent in lieu of providing financial assistance. So when we talk about the carryover balances from year to year, they were helping certain chapters. We get to a certain point where, like Counselor Chapter, I think when we did the math for fiscal year 20's carryover into 21, that was almost $100,000 by that chapter alone. And it is the extreme example. There are no other chapters that I've been briefed on that has that amount of carryover as a chapter. But the Veterans Trust Fund was established not just to provide financial assistance. It was established to provide a multitude of things. And one of our agencies, the Fort Defiance Agency, is planning on taking advantage of that, in that they want to be able to use a portion of those funds for a veterans park in the Oak Springs chapter. So to say that we would like to do a legislative concern about how the funds are being carried over or not being fully depleted within a fiscal year, I think that would be a misrepresentation of the goal of the program, which is also why we've adjusted the reporting criteria on the Form 2s for these budgets. That to simply say that if we're not helping 20 veterans in a chapter, that we're failing in the program, that's not an accurate representation. If 20 veterans don't need assistance in that chapter, that's a good thing. So we have tried to restructure the criteria on the performance goals to reflect that. And so I would ask the committee members to be mindful of that legislative concerns, it is within your purview, obviously, to be concerned. But I think collectively, we need to make sure that we fully understand what it is that we're being concerned about. I would be more concerned about veterans having access to that funding who may not be getting access in the past for whatever reason, than I would a chapter having carryovers. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, does anybody have any other questions? Then I'll withdraw that legislative concern request. And committee members? So, Mr. Squirline, in the current budget, we're only going to have 5 business units, as I understand it, right? Much like you've done with Fort Defiance. And am I correct?
Yes, sir. You are correct.
Okay. Committee members, any other questions?
Chair,
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I know there is a process that Mr. Z has to go through in reference to getting these approvals through the Agency Advisory Council. Are the Advisory Council in agreement by just having 5 accounts, not per chapter? The reason why I'm saying that is because I understand what you're saying with the Oak Springs. I think it's going to be to some extent unfair for them to ask for a big amount of funds to do a veterans park over at Oak Springs, because that money was donated by former executive director for the veterans. When he passed away, his children donated $175,000. But now the Veterans Committees are going beyond that. I think it was something that was supposed to be more personal for the benefit of Oak Springs, but I think they're trying to do something for the whole Navajo Nation. I think we already have a memorial park here in Window Rock that does that. So I'm just a little bit concerned because there's going to be a large amount that's going to show as far as the percent of expenditure next fiscal year for Oak Springs. And I think we're going to get some negative feedback because of that. Thank you, Chair.
Squirline?
Thank you, sir, and thank you for that question. So with Fort Defiance Agency currently being in the single account, for any of those trust fund dollars to be used by the Oak Springs chapter for that park, excuse me, the agency would hold a vote when they have an agency meeting on whether or not they want to approve that expenditure. So the agency would decide yes or no. And if they vote yes, then it is the agency that is saying we want to spend money that would otherwise be available for financial assistance on this project that is in accordance with the guidance of the trust fund. So it would not reflect in any way, shape, or form on the Oak Springs chapter. Just a brief little summary on the project. Based on what that chapter would like to do for the park, which I consider to be very reasonable, the amount of funding that was donated by the family that is still in their account, it's just not enough in today's costs. They started getting their cost estimates in the COVID pandemic. So those numbers are slightly inflated due to COVID. But even if those numbers do go back down, it is still going to exceed their allocation. So the agency then decides whether or not they want to provide additional funding assistance. And if they choose no, then the CVO of Oak Springs would be responsible for finding funding through other sources. And whether the chapter submits a request for an unmet needs or has chapter funds that they could use towards that project, or if the veterans organization reaches out to other nonprofits for donations or other opportunities, then that would be up to them to be able to fulfill the project that manner. As far as the consolidation and approval, it is an administrative responsibility of the program and specifically of the executive director to put these budgets together in a manner that will accomplish their goal. As such, I would not require approval, consent, or even to provide a briefing to the advisory council, because again, that is outside the scope of that body. But as I did mention, I have discussed it with the commanders that are on the advisory council, and they were on board with this. So the elected representatives for each of the 5 agencies are behind the idea of consolidating these accounts into 5 different business units. I hope that answers your question, sir. Thank you.
Honorable Winika, do you have follow-up?
No, Chair. I think I'll probably have to give an update to the Oak Springs veterans, and I don't know what their intentions are. I haven't been able to meet with them, but when I do, I'll probably go see Mr. Z for any additional information I would need. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, committee members, any other follow-up questions? The request to OMB for the unexpended Capture Veterans Organization, that would just be information and won't require a revisit. Committee members, unless the committee wants to revisit this particular budget, I guess we can proceed to Department of Health. Going once. Twice. Okay, Mr. Swerline, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you, members of the committee, and stay safe and enjoy the rest of your day.
Just understand that on Wednesday, the committee would address the legislation to approve the budget by Hess. It would proceed to the B&F committee. Thank you. With that, we will go to item F, Navajo Department of Health, Dr. Jill Jim. Deja, are you on the call?
Yes, Chanel, I'm on the call. This is Dr. Jim.
Sheila, let's go ahead and proceed to have you do your presentation. Committee members, we all got our binders yesterday, so that we've got our reference material.
Okay, good morning, Yad Eshana, also the honorable members of the HIS committee, Honorable Begay, Honorable Wanika, Honorable Halona, Honorable So, and Honorable Slater, and the OMB staff, as well as other callers. I do have staff here. We're in the Navajo Department of Health conference room. We have our senior accountant, Jane Chavez, Ms. Charlotte Francis, also Ms. Valerie Jones with Doltex, and also Michelle Morris, our legislative analyst here this morning. And I'll go ahead and start with the executive summary. Is that where you want me to start, Chana?
Yeah, you have the floor. You do what you feel is best.
Okay, so I'll go ahead and do that. Good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to present the Department of Health's proposed fiscal year 2022 general fund budget today. For the record, my name is Dr. Jill Jim. I am the Executive Director for the Navajo Department of Health. I am accompanied here today by members of the NDOH staff who will assist me in answering any specific questions you may have regarding the budget presented today. The Department of Health's high priority for fiscal year 2022 is to provide higher level of services as in fiscal year 2021, with quality healthcare and wellness at the forefront of all activities. Consistent with the goals of the Office of the President and Vice President, the Navajo Department of Health made it a priority to avoid layoffs or reduce hours in an effort to ensure direct service delivery is not impacted. The budget today shows no layoffs or reduced hours. The Department of Health's general fund budget allocation for fiscal year 2022 is $12,128,209, an increase from last year. The Office of the President and Vice President allocated an additional $1 million for the Division of Aging and Long-Term Support. The fiscal year 2022 IDC allocation for the department is $147,962. The fiscal year 2022 GWA allocation is $328,941. The following programs budgeted the GWA allocation as Uranium Workers Project, DILCON, Office of Planning and Healthcare Facilities Department, Navajo Environmental Health, Division of Aging and Long-Term Services for admin, but I think that might be wrong. There's no admin for GWA. There's only GWA for Chinle Agency, for Doltex, Fort Defiance for Doltex, Crown Point for Doltex, Tuba City, City Agency for Doltex, Shiprock Agency for Doltex, the Botaway Gap Office of Planning and Healthcare Facilities Department, and also the Pueblo Steering Committee, which is also part of the Office of Planning as well. So my apologies, there is a GWA for the Doltex administration. Some of our major accomplishments under the department is the completion of planning and intended construction of the DILCON project by December 2021. Continued response to the public health emergency for COVID-19 by maintaining some level of services to elders, families, and individuals across the nation. And then also under the Division of Aging and Long-Term Support, the fiscal year 2022 base budget allocation was $10,392,385. There was an additional $1 million increase allocated from the Office of the President and Vice President. The GWA allocation for the division is $311,423. The total allocation for the fiscal year 2022 is $11,703,808. 90% of the base budget is allocated to personnel costs and 10% to operating costs. Most external funds are allocated for operating costs. The New Mexico House Bill 2 support centers in New Mexico only. The additional $1 million supports reorganization of the division and operating expenses or remaining operating expenses. The administration budget increased from 176,906 to 568,755. The additional funding is to sustain employment of 4 additional staff or 4 staff, not additional, during contract negotiations between July and September. In addition, to support a senior planner with the Adultex reorganization plan. I am requesting an unmet needs budget for the Department of Health. The department is requesting $192,037 to establish and expand a non-emergency medical transportation program and a consultant to support the Medicaid feasibility study and further development of health codes and compliance. With that said, that will end my executive summary for the Navajo Department of Health.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. And now we proceed to presentation from OMB, Budget Performance Summary Reports. Committee members, excuse me, Ms. Angelica Benali, do we have those on PDF files to send to the committee members? Ms. Benali? Committee members, can you hear me? Are we still on the call?
We can hear you, Chair.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, this is Angie Benally.
Yes, can you send out the PDF file on OMB's report?
Yes, I did. I sent it out, distributed it to everybody, and I was away from my laptop making copies for the individuals who were here. But I have already sent it out. Yes, my Outlook indicates that it did sent out with no returns.
Thank you. I didn't write down the individual's name that would be presenting this from OMB. So personnel from OMB, please introduce yourself to the committee and then review the report with the committee.
Good morning, HESI Committee. This is Selena Begay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. This is Selena Begay, Senior Budget Analyst for OMB. I will be reading the Department of Health OMB report for them. And MPS will be reading the other section. The second page has table of contents, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. The next page is A, FY 2022 Fund Type Budget Summary. The next page, Fund Type Budget Summary, has a worksheet listed by business units, 113001 all the way down to 113020. And I will be reading the bottom column where it has general funds total. FY 2021 general fund budget total is 11,128,208. Proposed general fund budget 12,128,209. Indirect costs 147,962. General wage adjustment 328,941. Fiduciary fund $279,073. Special revenue funds external, it's $3,448,967. Total is $16,133,158. And the next column is external funds, which is K account, but this is only referring to the general funds. And the next page is B, FY 2021 third quarter budget status report. Budget status report as of June 30, 2021 for the Division of Health. And this is all general funds budget. This is all the general funds account, and the bottom is general funds total. The original budget, $3,119,687.37. Revised budget, $13,359,775.49. Actual, $7,598,499.85. Encumbrance, $74,349.14. Available balance, $5,686,926.50. Overall percentage expended, 57.43. The next page is C, and MPS will be going over the next following three sections. Good morning, members, Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. I will be covering tab B, the Program Performance Assessment scores. I will be reading off the quarterly average scores. There are 12 business units for the Department of Health. First quarter is 1.75, second quarter 1.82, third quarter 1.98. Moving on to tab D, the Plans of Operation Status Report. Again, there are 18 business units. The legislation statute references are listed below for the 18 business units, which are current and updated. Tab E, the Conditions of Appropriation Legislative Concerns. There are two legislative concerns. Number 22 for Business Unit 113010, which that responded for the third quarter and the status is non-compliant. Legislative concern number 23 is due at the end of the second quarter. There was no response from the program, and the program is in non-compliant status.
In the following page, F, FY 2021 External Expenditure Report, and I'm not sure if one of the CGS is available to read the report. Laverne Harrison.
Good morning, Chairman, as well as HESI Committee. This is Jermaine Jones, Deputy Contracting Officer. I can go ahead and read the External Funds Expenditure Report, Tab F, as well as Tab G for 2019 Single Audit Report. Okay, Tab F, FY 2021 External Funds Expenditure Report. The next page is just an explanation of the budget expenditure report that are active as of June 30th, 2021. The next page is column, I'll go ahead and read the budget expenditure report, the bottom line. Okay. Column C is the contract ID number, and column D is the start date. Column E is the end date. Column F indicates the number of business units, which is 216. Column G is the number of company numbers, and there's 70 company numbers within NDOH. Column H is the business unit numbers, and column I is all the titles of the contracts with Department of Health. Column J is the original budget, which totals $286,183,074.40. Column K is the revised budget, which totals $340,681,321.09. Column L is the expenditures that NDOH has done, which totals $170,099,561.35. Column M is the open commitments, which is $2,881,030.74. Column N is the available balance, which is $167,700,729. Overall, Department of Health has spent 51% of their budget, and they have a balance of 49%. On to tab G, which is the FY 2019 Single Audit Report. NDOH has two findings in 2019. The first one is a finding number 2019-003, and that's related to Navajo Food Distribution Program. It's due to eligibility and material weakness and material instance of noncompliance. This is a repeat finding of 2018, and there is no question cost. The finding is not cleared, and it's repeated in FY 2020 audit. And the finding number is 2020-002. The second finding is 2019-006, and this is related to food distribution, but overall it's also a cross-cutting finding with Office of the Controller. It's an allowable cost material weakness in internal controls over compliance. This is not a repeat finding. 9 grants were listed for this finding, which exceeded 25,000. In FY 2020, this finding has been cleared and is not a repeat finding. That concludes my report. Thank you.
And this concludes OMB report. Thank you.
So, Sheila, let's go back to F, the three small or the two small I's, budget overview, statement, and presentation. Deja, Dr. Jill Jim, you have the teleconference floor.
Okay, Chanel, let me go back to, you said on F. Can you repeat that question? Chair, can you repeat the question so we can respond?
Go ahead. Can you hear me?
Oh, I can hear you. Can you repeat the question?
As part of our hearing process, for today's presentation on the budget, we heard from you with your opening statement. Then we had OMB review the summary reports. Now it's back to you on budget overview, a statement, and I guess a presentation on going forward.
I'm going to hand over time to Charlotte Francis. She's our contract management person.
Go ahead, Ms. Francis.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Saul and members of the Education Human Services Committee. My name is Charlotte Francis. And I'm the Senior Management Analyst for the Navajo Department of Health. And I'll be reading into the record the budgets for each of the departments for the Navajo Department of Health. And I hope you're able to hear me. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go, you have your binders. We're gonna go to tab number 1. And we're gonna begin with business unit 113001, which is the Executive Office for the Navajo Department of Health. And going to part 2, or the funding sources, we have an IDC allocation of $147,962, which is 73% of the budget. The general funds allocation, the recurring amount is $55,270, 27% of the budget for a total of 100%. So we go on over to part 3, and I listened to some of the other presentations, and it seems that they were just reading the totals. Is that correct, Chair? Or do you want a reading of the each object code?
Let's just go to the bottom line.
Okay, so in part 3, under column A, which is the fiscal year 2021 budget total, that was $188,436. Column B is the proposed budget for fiscal year 22, which is $203,232, for an overall increase of $14,796. Under part 4, we have under column B, we have one position budgeted, And under E, the same, one position for 2022. Number of vehicles is one under D and one under E. Chair? If there
Go
are
ahead and
no questions, I can go on to the Forum 2 if I'm in order, Chair.
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Thank you. So the next page is our Forum 2 report, and that's the program performance criteria for 2022. And so we go to Part 3, again for Business Unit 113001, the Executive Office. The number one goal statement is insurance compliance of external contracts and program operation. The performance measurement is insurance compliance of external contracts and program operation. And first, second, third, and fourth quarter are all one for each quarter. Goal statement number 2, maintain government-to-government relationships with federal, state, and local governments. And the performance measure is to represent the nation at national, state, county, agency, and chapter meetings. And we have 5 under first quarter, 5 second, 5 third, and 5 under the fourth quarter. Okay, goal statement number 3, to ensure comprehensive health care services are provided. The performance measure is divisions to implement plan of operation, and we have a number of 3 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 4, to increase employment opportunities for Navajo citizens. Program performance measure is divisions to address recruitment and retention in their plan of operation. And we have a number of 3 under all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 5, to implement administration priorities. The performance measure is divisions to implement at least one objective from the administrative priorities. And again, a number 3 for all 4 quarters. Chair. And if there are any questions, this is Dr. Jim's budget, so she'll be able to answer any questions you have on the budget. Thank you.
Committee members, shall we have Ms. Francis go through the whole budget before we open for discussion, or do you want to pose some questions right now?
Chair.
Go ahead.
Chair, members of the committee, I think it'd be good just to do like we did, after every task, just, by time, if there's any questions, they'll respond. If not, then we can just go to the next tab. Like this one, it sounds like there's no questions, so we can go to tab 2.
Agushila, Ms. Francis, you may continue.
Thank you, Chair. That will be tab number 2 for Business Unit 113003, which is the Navajo Uranium Workers Program. And going to Part 2, they have only one funding source, which is the general funds, which is an amount of $376,490. And I have to apologize. I believe the copy that was provided to all, the members, our copy on our end came out very faint. So if you, when we go to part 3, the column C amounts which are a negative number or a minus number that may not be showing up very clearly because the number is in red and for some reason the print just didn't come out right. But I will put in those, repeat those numbers if necessary. But the bottom line, the numbers are correct. So for part 3, under column A, we have an amount of $367,675. The budget, proposed budget for 2022 is $376,490, an overall increase of $8,815. Under column D on part 4, we have number of positions at 6. Under column E, again at 6. Number of vehicles budgeted. There are no vehicles budgeted for B or E. So the next page, we have the Form 2 report, again for Business Unit 113003, the uranium program. Under Part 3, we have the program performance criteria. The goal statement is case management. The performance measurement is combined evaluation of 15 active or inactive client files to determine eligibility for compensation. And they propose to do 15 for every quarter, first, second, third, and fourth quarter. Goal statement number 2 is outreach and education. The program performance measurement is to attend to activities in person or online public forums and or town hall meetings. Provide information and or education related to RECA, EEO, ICPA benefits. We have a number of 2 for every quarter. Goal statement number 3, client enrollment. Program performance measurement is to enroll 5 clients eligible for RECA and EEOICP program, RECEP, referrals, or request to reevaluation of RECEP screening. Number 3 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 5 is oversight committee. Program performance measurement, provide verbal or written report each quarter to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, and they have a number 1 for all 4 quarters. Chair.
Committee members, any questions or discussion? Going once, going twice. Miss Francis, go ahead and go to the next one.
Okay, so we're going to go on to tab 3, Business Unit 113005, which is the Navajo Environmental Health and Protection Program. And they get complete funding, or they have a general fund amount of $46,401. Part 3, under column A, we have an amount of $45,105. Column B, $46,401, an increase of $1,296. Part 4, number of positions budgeted, 1 under D, 1 under E. Total number of vehicles, 0 under D and 0 under E. So we go on to Form 2 for 113005. Goal statement number 1, under Part 3 is enforce and regulate food and water safety and disease vectors. Program performance measure, inspect all retail stores, cafes, restaurants, meat markets, and warehouses, and they have a number of 30 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 2, develop and implement environmental health and safety to public communities, offices, and programs. Performance measure is to conduct food handlers training sessions. First quarter is 30, second quarter 40, third quarter 40, fourth quarter 30. Goal statement number 3, to regulate environmental health, air safety, toxic chemicals, safety hazards, habitat alterations. Program performance measure, inspect public facilities to determine compliance, including appropriate training. And there's a number of 3 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 4, enforce compliance of environmental health, safety and protection, waste management, equipment safety, performance measure, conduct monitoring, enforcement, and training for safety at fairs and celebrations. First quarter is 3, second quarter is 0, third quarter 4, fourth quarter 7. Goal statement number 5, monitor and maintain updated codes and revenue generation fees. Program performance measure, provide consultation on updates of food codes and revenue generation fees. First quarter 1, second quarter 2, third quarter 2, fourth quarter 1. Chair.
Committee members, any questions, comments, or discussion? Going once, twice. Ms. Francis, go on to the next tab. Thank you.
Thank you. So we go on to tab number 4, Business Unit 113004 for the Office of Planning and Facility Development. And under Part 2, we have a total amount of general funds at $84,682, which is 100% of the budget. Part 3, under column A for fiscal year 2021, we have a total of $82,325. Column B for 2022, $84,682. An increase, overall increase of $2,367. Under Part 4, number of positions budgeted under D is 1, under E is also 1. No vehicles for D or E. We go to the Form 2 budget form for Business Unit 113004. We have under Part 3 the goal statement. Work with NTUA, Navajo Nation, and Navajo Area Indian Health Service in construction of the Loop Dilcon water line. And the performance measure is to participate in 8 construction meetings with NAIHS, NDWR, and NTUA. And there's a number of 8 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 2, work with NTUA, Navajo Nation, and Dilcon chapter to advocate for completion and construction of 115 kV line. The performance measure, perform 8 coordination meetings with NTUA, DILCON chapter, and Navajo area IHS, and a number of 8 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 3, attend and ensure completion of 109 staff quarters, including all utilities connections. Performance measure is to participate in 6 construction meetings with ANE, WI, HCC, NTUA, and NDWR. Number 6 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 4, assist and coordinate with DILCON chapter and DED for the planning of economic development in DILCON. The performance measures to participate in 5 planning meetings with DILCON chapter, Division of Economic Development, NTUA, and others. And we have 5 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 5, assist with the OPHC, FD, NDOH with GIMC, HCF, and other planning initiatives. The performance measures to coordinate with OPHC, FD, NDOH to develop issue papers, briefings, reports, including GIMC, and a number of 4 for all 4 quarters. Chair.
Committee members, questions, comments, discussion? Going once? Twice? 3 times. Ms. Francis, go ahead and go to the next tab.
Thank you. So we go to tab number 5, Business Unit 113018. And this is the Office of Planning and Healthcare Facility Development for the Botaway Gap. And under Part 2, they have 100% funding of $89,538. And under Part 2, Column A is $87,120. Column B, $89,538, an increase of $2,418. Part 4, the total number of positions is 1 under D, 1 under E. No vehicles under D or E. For Form 2, for 113018, we have under goal statement, under Part 3, we have goal statement number 1, to provide administrative and technical support to Botaway Gap Steering Committee, BSC. The performance measures to coordinate and develop meeting agendas, notes, resolutions, letters, progress reports, 8 per quarter. So they have the number 8 for all 4 quarters. Goal statement number 2 is to assist IHS, PCRHCC, Navajo Nation, BGSC, and local chapters in AE selection and design development. Performance measures to coordinate and maintain communication with IHS, TCRHCC, Navajo Nation, BGSC, and provide records. 8 for, it says 8 per quarter, but first quarter is 5, second quarter 8, third quarter 8, fourth quarter 8. Goal statement number 3, provide project update at community meetings and as requested by Navajo Nation and external agencies. Performance measurement, coordinate and develop project summaries for Navajo Nation, SJSP, communities, and external agencies, and 6 per quarter. Statement number 4, provide technical support, guidance, and securing land lease for BGHC through Navajo Nation Land Department. the performance measures to coordinate and maintain communication with IHS, TCRHCC, and Navajo Nation on land withdrawal and provide reports. We have a number of 3 for all 4 quarters. Statement number 5, assist OPHC, FD, and DOH with healthcare projects and overall planning initiatives as directed. And performance measures to coordinate with OPHC, FD to develop issue papers, reports, and other documents as directed. And a number of 3 for all 4 quarters. Chair?
Committee members. See you. Questions, comments, discussion? Going once. Twice. Ms. Francis, please continue.
Thank you. Moving on to tab 6 for business unit number 113020, which is the Healthcare Facility Development Office for Pueblo Pintado. 100% funding at $100,961. Under column A, total is $98,329. Column B, $100,961, an overall increase of $2,632. Part 4, column D is 1 position, E is 1 position, 0 vehicles for D and E. We go on to their Form 2, 113020, under Part 3. Goal statement number 1 is to provide technical support to Pueblo Pintado Steering Committee in advocating for PPHC project. Performance measures to develop meeting notices, agendas, resolutions, letters, briefing, issue papers, project reports. And there's a number of 15 for every quarter. Goal statement number 2, collect and disseminate information on Pueblo Pintado Health Center project. The performance measure is to acquire project information through meetings, conference calls with IHS, OES, Architect, Navajo Nation chapters, and develop reports. A number of 10 for every quarter. Goal statement number 3 is to assist NAIHS in securing the Pueblo Pintado Health Center site with the Navajo Nation. Performance measures to attend site-related meetings with IHS, Navajo Nation, NNC, Navajo Nation Council, local chapters, PPSC, and follow up on the site documents. Quarter number 1 is 2, second quarter 4, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 2. Goal statement number 4, provide local input into design of PPHC with IHS, OES, architect, and cultural consultant. Performance measure, participate in project meetings with PPSC, solicit PPSC input, develop letters, emails, and reports. First quarter 4, second quarter 4, third quarter 3, fourth quarter 3. Goal statement number 5, assist NDOH, OPHC, FD to develop issue papers, briefings, reports, other documents as directed. Performance measure, coordinate with OPHC, FD to develop issue papers, briefings, reports, other documents as directed. A number of 2 for all 4 quarters. Chair.
Back to you. Discussion, questions, comments? Bryce? Ms. Francis?
Okay, Chanel, Terso, we're gonna switch to, Ms. Christine Chavez to give Ms. Francis a break, so I'm gonna have Ms. Chavez start off again with the next tab.
Good morning.
That's okay. Oh,
Morning.
yeah.
My name is Christine Chavez. I'm the senior accountant for Navajo Department of Health. I'm going to start off with tab 7, business unit 113010 for Doltex administration. Part 2, they are 100% general funded in the amount of $568,755. Part 3, going to A, was $176,966. Part B, $568,755 for an overall increase of $391,759. Going to D, total number of positions budgeted, 2. E is 7. Total number of budgeted, vehicles budgeted is 1 in D and 1 in E. Going to budget form 2, business unit number 113010. Part 3, goal statement, customer satisfaction, improvement of customer service, program performance, evaluate customer service, 5, and provide relevant work sessions, 1, to minimize complaints. We have 6 for each quarter. Goal statement 2, financial management, improvement of finance processes. Program performance is to conduct monthly reconciliation of all accounts and report to program agency supervisors. There's 3 for each quarter. Goal statement 3, contract compliance, improvement of reporting to state funding agencies. Program performance is to meet monthly with funding authorities and update agency offices, and there's 15 for each quarter. Goal statement 4, contract compliance, enhanced contract monitoring process. Program performance, internal audits will be performed in regards to financial and contract compliance, and there's a total of 6 for each quarter. Goal statement 5, contract compliance. Agencies will be monitored for contract and financial compliance. There's a total of 5 for each quarter. Chair?
Chair.
Honorable Wanika, go ahead. Thank you, Ms. Chavez.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Chair, and members of the committee. Part 3, program performance criteria. I'm always interested in information relating to customer satisfaction, improvement of customer service. In goal statement 1, says evaluate customer service and provide relevant work sessions and minimize complaints. I think as delegates, we get a lot of response from people that try to get services from the Navajo Nation. I'm just interested to what type of evaluation the division is doing. And I wish all the programs, division could do this within their respective responsibilities. Hey there, yeah, Chair. I just want to see what Dr. Joe Jim would say on this because Ani is a Joe Nikina, business nation John do Leka Kishta. And this Nita Hashin Zaden that the Ka, Ishin Yenda the Ka, a Kotata, Yenda Ka. The least we should do is be very courteous to them. It's not out of a car what and but for John around the car. So don't you know it's a house see the general car or what and the short out into that case. Of course, that eyes on and the in our love, she had sure there's also the art. I really appreciate the divisions and programs that are doing this. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that's it. Dr. Jim?
Shana, the Honorable Juanica, thank you for acknowledging the specific goal statement. This goal statement was also put in last year, and it's been one of the ongoing efforts not only for Doltex, but I think for the overall department that we need to continue to look into. But you are correct. I hope that we can get some sort of customer service tools in place for this particular area here at the administration office. We have a number of customers that we deal with, not only our clients, but also, I believe, even colleagues or other divisions that we work with to ensure that we are providing the best service that we can. We can certainly look at ways to collect this information, either for individuals to call in. I know we also have the aging group there that is in most of the areas or agencies that we work with too. The Council on Aging, I also would consider them a customer as well in the work that we do. So I hope that I answered your question in regards to making that more of an effort, not only for the administration, but all the agencies across. You will probably see similar goal statements and as well as performance measures across, because you guys as a committee helped us streamline this about when we first came in 2019 in our first year in this term. So some of these are still in place, but what progress that we've done or we still need to make, I think, is always going to be an ongoing improvement for the division. So thank you for your question, and I'll hand it back over to you, Chair and Honorable Juanica. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Cecilia, Honorable Juanica, do you have follow-up?
I just want to make that statement because the main thing is I appreciate it when I see that, and I just really hope that division and programs follow through with what their intentions are. Thank you.
Okay. Committee members, anybody else? Ms. Chavez. Go on to the next tab.
Okay, going on to tab 8, business unit number 113011 for the Chinle Agency, Doltex. They are 100% general funded in the amount of $2,085,278. Part 3A, $1,902,902,960. Part B is $2,085,278 for an overall increase of $182,318. Part 4, B, total number of positions budgeted, 47 under A. B is, E is 47 as well. Total number of vehicles budgeted under D is 16, as well as E is also 16. Going on to Form 2 for Business Unit 113011, Chinley Agency, Goal Statement 1, Customer Satisfaction, Improvement of Customer Service. Program performance, to evaluate customer service, 10, and provide relevant work sessions, 4, to minimize complaints, for an overall total of 14 for each quarter. Goal Statement 2, Financial Management, Improvement of Finance Processes. Program performance is to conduct monthly reconciliation of all accounts and report to Central Administration. There's a total of 3 for each quarter. Goal Statement 3, Contract Compliance, Improvement of Reporting to State Funding Agencies. Program performance is to report all units accurately, and DARRS entries are completed in a timely manner monthly. Total of 3 for each quarter. Goal Statement 4, Contract Compliance, Enhanced Contract Monitoring Process. Program performance to review terms and requirements to ensure funds are spent appropriately by all senior centers. Total of 6 for each quarter. Goal Statement 5, Outreach. Increase client participation by registering new eligible individuals. Program performance, conduct monthly new client registrations for C1 and C2, annual registrations, pre-registrations. First quarter is 25, second quarter is 25, third quarter is 25, fourth quarter is 50. There.
Committee members? Questions? Going once. Going 2 times. And 3 times. Miss Davis, you may continue.
On to tab 9. Business Unit 113012 for Fort Defiance Agency, Doltex. They are 100% general funded. The amount of $2,224,514. Going to Part 3. A is $2,047,369. Part B, $2,224,514 for an overall increase of $177,145. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted under D is 51, E is 51. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 23, E is also 23. Going to Budget Form 2, Part 3, Business Unit Number 113012, Fort Defiance, Doltex. Goal Statement 1, Customer Satisfaction, Improvement of Customer Service. Evaluate customer service, 10, and provide relevant work sessions, 4, to minimize complaints, for a total of 14 for each quarter. Goal Statement 2, Financial Management, Improvement of Finance Processes. Program performance, to conduct monthly reconciliation of all accounts and report to Central Administration, 3 for each quarter. Goal Statement 3, Contract Compliance, Improvement of Reporting to State Funding Agencies. Program performance, report all units accurately, and DARRS entries are completed in a timely manner monthly for a total of 3 for each quarter. Goal statement 4, contract compliance, enhanced contract monitoring process. Program performance, review terms and requirements to ensure funds are spent appropriately by all senior centers for a total of 6 for each quarter. Goal statement 5, outreach, increase client participation by registering new eligible individuals. Program performance, conduct monthly new client registrations for C1 and C2, annual registrations, re-registrations. First quarter is 25, second quarter is 25, third quarter is 25, fourth quarter is 50. Chair?
Committee members?
Chair.
Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I realize that for all the agencies, the statements are the same, goal statement and program performance for the agencies. The numbers per quarter are pretty much the same too. But the part that I want to address is goal statement 5, outreach, increase client participation by registering new eligible individuals. What's the process in that? I was just wondering, just to give you an example, St. Martin's chapter is the only one that has a senior citizen center, and Oak Springs doesn't. So all the people that are eligible go from Oak Springs to St. Michael's. I think sometimes there's an increase. I don't know if there's any plans for the division as far as chapters that don't have senior citizen centers, because we don't have a building as far as Oak Springs is concerned. But the numbers, if the numbers increase at St. Michael's, will there be a possibility of adding on to that center at St. Michael's? Is my question, and because I know if there's outreach for get new eligible individuals to sign up, I think there's going to be increases, especially now with hoping that we'll, as far as the COVID is concerned, seems that we're getting close to where everything is going to be reopened. So if that happens, I think there's going to be more people wanting to go to a senior center again. So, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. So with that, I think we take the question to Ms. Valerie Jones and Dr. Jill Jim.
Yes, Shana, I'll speak to the Honorable Manika's question just briefly, and then I'll have Ms. Jones explain the enrollment process. But I think overall for the division, in regards to increasing new clients, I think is always an ongoing effort in regards to getting more elders to receive meals either at home or either at the center, and in their recruitment strategy, I think is very important that the agencies need to look at. The other thing that I think when we look at increasing clients, I think that also hinges on thinking that we will increase centers in those areas. Ideally, that's what we want to support in regards to ensuring that we have a senior center services, I think a senior center, or either the question might be senior center services regardless of location. So I think that's one thing we need to look at is the vicinity of the chapters in the communities that are nearby in order to effectively maintain the operations of the the management of these centers, because if there's low enrollment areas, we have to still upkeep utilities and personnel costs, and so that's for that reason we are looking at reassessing and reorganizing. But I can certainly have Ms. Jones speak to just the eligibility of what eligibility requirements there are in regards to a senior becoming eligible for the services under DOLTEX.
Yes, this is Valerie Jones. Thank you, honorable members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee for giving me this opportunity to provide more information regarding Division of Aging and Long-Term Care Support. The customer service will though enrollment will the reason why we put that in there is just so that we can start ensuring, that our clients are being tracked and that they're meeting the eligibility criteria. So right now, as you all know, Navajo Nation sits in 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, and Utah. So depending on the contract we have to abide by those terms. So for instance, in New Mexico, the age requirement there to receive services at a senior center is 50 on up, whereas in Arizona, it's 60 on up. And then with the Administration for Community Living, where our Title VI funding comes from, they require age 60 on up as well. So, and in reviewing historical documents with the Navajo Nation, I see that at one time it was approved at 55 and older. So that's one thing that I'm trying to sort out too. And as I said, we abide by the terms in the contract for eligibility criteria. Thank you.
Honorable Wanika, do you have follow-up?
No, Chair, appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Jones, the chair has a question. For those folks that come to the centers that don't meet the age requirements, but they're still served, are there general funds available to cover their costs?
Yes, sir. At this point in time, the program agency supervisors do not turn anyone away. They've been ensuring that meals are provided to all, even the visitors. So anytime I get a complaint about, someone not getting any meals, I just follow up with the agency supervisors, and then it gets clarified to the staff.
Thank you, Ms. Jones. Ms. Chavez, go on to the next tab, but Dr. Jim and Ms. Jones, at the end of the DOLTEX presentation, I'd like to open up the discussion back to the committee for comments, discussions, and then the chair's perspective. I have some questions too. We'll go in that manner forward. Thank you.
Okay, going on to tab 10. Business unit number 113013 for the DOLTEX Crown Point Agency. Part 2, they receive 100% general funds in the amount of $2,747,151. Part 3A, $2,544,615. B, $2,747,151. Overall increase of 202,536. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted under D is 64. E is also 64. Total number of vehicles budgeted under D is 26. E is also 26. Going on to Budget Form 2 for Business Unit 113013, Crown Point Agency. Part 3, Goal Statement, Customer Satisfaction, Improvement of Customer Service. Program Performance, Evaluate Customer Service 10, and provide relevant work sessions 4 to minimize complaints. 14 for each quarter. Statement 2, Financial Management, Improvement of Finance Processes. Program Performance, conduct monthly reconciliation of all accounts and report to Central Administration. Total of 3 for each quarter. Goal Statement 3, Contract Compliance, Improvement of Reporting to State Funding Agencies. Program Performance, report all units accurately and DARRS entries are completed in a timely manner monthly. Total of 3 for each quarter. Goal Statement 4, Contract Compliance, Enhanced Contract Monitoring Process. Program Performance, review terms and requirements to ensure funds are spent appropriately by all senior centers, for a total of 6 for each quarter. Statement 5, Outreach, increase client participation by registering new eligible individuals. Program Performance, conduct monthly new client registrations for C1 and C2 annual registrations, re-registrations. First quarter is 25, second quarter is 25, third quarter is 25, fourth quarter is 50. Fair?
Committee members? Going once. Going twice. I know, was that Honorable Wanika?
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, okay. Dr. Jim, though, Ms. Jones, there was already an effort to, I guess, have one center manager oversee 2 centers, Baca and Casimiro Lake, and then over at Ojo Encino and Torrio. Has that been pretty much resolved, or is it still operating in that manner?
Honorable Chair So you're asking about Baca, Casimiro Lake, and one supervisor overseeing all those senior centers?
That had been the process, like within the last, 6 months? But have you hired a senior manager for Casimiro Lake?
No, not yet. I think we are still in the process of posting those positions.
So the Bacchus the Baca supervisor is keeping operations going at Casimiro Lake?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then over at Torreon, there was a plan to have the Ojo Encino supervisor go once or twice a week to Torreon. Is that still occurring?
Ojo Encino does have a supervisor, Jeanette Weiss, and then at Torion, that position is still vacant. So, yes, the individual is still going out from Ojo Encino to Torion.
Okay, thank you. And each of those centers, I think, with the possibility of an exception, Casimiro Lake, each of those named centers have enough participation from the elderly group to justify them being independent centers. Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Currently, we have 1,498 senior citizens registered with Crown Point Agency.
Thank you. Committee members, any? Go ahead. You were going to add something else?
Oh, sorry, sir. We do have the vacancy announcement for Torion Senior Center Supervisor. So that one's open until filled with Navajo Nation DPM website.
Thank you. Committee members, any question, discussion? If not, Ms. Chavez, go on to the next tab.
Okay, going to tab 11, Business Unit 113014, Cuba City, Doltex. They are 100% general funded under Part 3, the amount of $2,151,783. Part 3, A, $1,967,848. B, $2,151,783, for an overall increase of $183,935. Part 4, number of positions budgeted under D, 46, E is 47. Total number of assigned vehicles under D is 19, E is also 19. To budget form 2, Unit 113014 for the Tuba City Deltex. Goal statement 1, satisfaction, improvement of customer service, program performance, evaluate customer service 10, and provide relevant work sessions 4 to minimize complaints. 14 for each quarter. Goal statement 2, financial management, improvement of finance processes. Program performance, conduct monthly reconciliation of all accounts and report to central administration. For a total of 3 for each quarter. Goal statement 3, contract compliance, improvement of reporting to state funding agencies. Program performance, report all units accurately, and DAARS entries are completed in a timely manner monthly. Total of 3 for each quarter. Goal statement 4, contract compliance, enhanced contract monitoring process. Review terms and requirements to ensure funds are spent appropriately by all senior centers. For a total of 6 for each quarter. Goal statement 5, outreach, increase client participation by registering new eligible individuals. Program performance, conduct monthly new client registrations for C1 and C2 annual registrations, pre-registrations. First quarter is 25, second quarter is 25, third quarter is 25, fourth quarter is 50. Chair?
Ms. Chavez, are you done?
Yes.
Yeah, the line went dead at my end, so I just couldn't tell. Committee members, any questions, comments? I appreciate the presentation. That's the last of the Doltex, the agency budgets, right?
Excuse me, there's one more.
The Shiprock one?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Chavez.
Okay, going on to tab 12 for the Shiprock Agency Doltex, business unit number 113015. They do receive 100% general funds in the amount of 1 million, under Part 2, 1,926,327. Part 3, under A, 1,752,597. Under B, 1,926,327, for a total increase of 173,730. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted under D is 43, E is 43. Total number of vehicles budgeted under D is 19, E is 19. Going to budget form 2, for business unit number 113015, the Shiprock Agency Doltex. Part 3, goal statement 1, customer satisfaction, improvement of customer service and performance, evaluate customer service. 10, and provide relevant work sessions. 4, to minimize complaints. 14, for each quarter. Goal statement 2, financial management, improvement of finance processes. Program performance, conduct monthly reconciliation of all accounts and report to central administration. 3, for each quarter. Goal statement 3, contract compliance, improvement of reporting to state funding agencies. Program performance, report all units accurately, and DARRS entries are completed in a timely manner monthly. 3, for each quarter. Goal statement 4, contract compliance, enhanced contract monitoring process. Program performance, new terms and requirements to ensure funds are spent appropriately by all senior centers. 6, for each quarter. Statement 5, outreach, increase client participation by registering new eligible individuals. Program performance, conduct monthly new client registrations for C1 and C2, annual registrations, re-registrations. First quarter is 25, second quarter is 25, third quarter is 25, fourth quarter is 50. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members, questions, discussion? Comments?
Shiash, this is Delegate Soul.
Yes, Shabizha, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Shiash. Arayat Ehesi colleagues. Arayat Nana Shabizha, Dr. Jill Jim Dikwe, the health department. I know that we did face some challenges this past year. I know with Doltech, one of being the critical issue, and the sweet son about Ganigi adot Banda Sogisto, a Hashin Sogo, a Bashin. And I know that this past year with the pandemic, We had really tough challenges and making sure that the oversight and the community is being served well. So, as HESI members, I, for one, can say that with my observance and the way that the community, the seniors, have been served, there are some negligence in some part. The service there, customer service, but would to some degree, Dr. Jim, where is that teaching of, I guess, the workshops that need to happen to make sure that this kind of behavior is prohibited and avoided in all circumstances with the adult program? I get these reports, and especially during the pandemic, I know that everybody felt some level of frustration. And, that's not a way to talk to our elders and our seniors. I'm sorry for the background noise. I'm with my muscunner right now. My grandma's talking. So, and right now, I just ask that, we incorporate some of these workshops for the best customer service. Dr. Jim, I don't need a presentation in lagi and I know to some areas in Northern Agency, background check it's on their record. Community is it's kind of a dangerous situation where we have an individual that's involved in an investigation. And, those are some of the circumstances I'm talking about. There's not much attention. And the question is like we're missing. We don't have enough employees. Donation song do neta. Ako nle naso net nigent sham. Do besh bada sa anadani glingo. Nle ka be na be agent. Who is going to address this and when will it be fixed? And na si sa ni hidden and dan di kai. Ako baniya. Adult adult shinad anidano Senegi Health Education Human Service Committee members. And it's not just for Northern, but us with the Nebekea Picado, a sweet Sani, Shilbahajo Baash, and it was quite Alban Siskis, a Koahet Nana Shiaj.
Yeah, Shabija, thank you for expressing those. I guess for the HES committees, some of us were reluctant to put that aspect on the table, but thank you for bringing it and putting it on the table. Dr. Jim, Ms. Jones, you have the teleconference floor to respond. Thank you.
Honorable, so on for your comments. On the Dunedo, Nake Kwadi and Dave Nishal na Anil Foto Kon, Chandad Mishay Krishi, Ndakik as I don't, they're going to retire in some agencies, although the reorganization that they Eishi, Pati, Bigit, Soto, and I believe that, in this administration, I know President Nez and Vice President has mentioned accountability, and senior centers is part of his priority and their priority in addressing elders. And I look forward to working with the HES committee members and leadership in the executive branch to look at some of these root issues. Di bayan kigeshi ani equation not go kui and it's in 4 years it's very difficult, I think, in the administration, and with the pandemic I think it slowed us down even further to make changes. And when you get into a new job you learn a couple of months and there will be some extreme changes that we're working on, and I know in the department, and there'll be staff that will be, you might hear them expressing their concerns, but in the plan that it is all around accountability and ensuring that customer service is done. And I really like the Council on Aging. I know that Ms. Jones is new and I haven't seen them meet again, but those are also the group that are our eyes and ears of how elders are out there in the community. So I look forward to working with Mr. Toth and his group and bringing up these issues. And sometimes we are responsive to these complaints, but we shouldn't be. There should be an expectation for customer service and all of these, and we are working towards that. I hope we can get something done before the end of the year to kind of encourage and motivate employees. Not only the word accountability sometimes I think refers to sort of that disciplinary action, but I hope that we can motivate them to also rethink about their contribution to taking care of our elders. So on Nishi, I think of our own elders in my community and the elders in my family. So asan as contact dot a chain to other as for you done to that so they we provide services. So I appreciate your comments for those, and then in regards to background checks and those things that are out there, I hope that all the supervisors are doing their job and responsibilities, and I think we can always reinforce at the central office and work with those agencies. But I know that because of the positions in Doltex, most of them are sensitive positions. I don't know what's happening, but we certainly can look into that and readdress the importance of making sure background checks are up to date and that employees are ensuring that they get those done on a regular basis as well. So I don't know if Ms. Jones, if I could allow her time to add anything else in regards to just the workshops. Maybe she can talk about the plans, and also I don't know if she'll add anything with the background check.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Yeah, Honorable Chair. I've only been on the job for about 7-8 months, so I guess I am a seasoned worker now. But I have been uncovering so many issues within the Division of Aging here. And I have been meeting regularly with Dr. Jim to address some of these things, the immediate issues anyway. And then I have been meeting with the state, our funding authorities, to really give me that technical assistance as to how to, establish more or update our current policies and protocols. I think that's what's missing right now, including, as you all had mentioned, the customer service. That really concerns me too. And I see the need, I see the gaps in services. There is more to Division of Aging than just serving meals. We are supposed to be providing adult day home services. We're supposed to be providing respite, ombudsman. So I'm looking at expanding the program, but I also need to reorganize it to where, we can make these changes. And I hope, that we all can work together to make sure that the Daltex program is more effective and efficient in addressing, all of the needs of our elders. So I'm also going to look at the background checks that you had mentioned, and I'll work with Department of Personnel, including the agency supervisors, to review the background checks that were conducted. But all of these positions are sensitive, and I take it very seriously. So I don't know, unless something had recently occurred that didn't come out on the check before, we'll go ahead and I'll take a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Ms. Jones. Appreciate the response. Shabiza, Honorable Charlene So, do you have follow-up?
Oh, Shiaz, this is Delegate. So I do have a follow-up question. I appreciate the response. The question dik at budget yet ki peso yahin tehiki a training but this coming year where is this training going to be put into the budget? Joe ADI you see should not because right now that respect needs to be there. I'm asking that question, where is that training going to be put in line with this budget? Thank you.
Busy, Honorable Charlene So, Dr. Jim, Miss Valerie Jones.
Shana, I'll go ahead and just briefly answer that. I know I've been talking to Ms. Jones about this. We are in the middle of, she is in the middle of asking for technical assistance from the three states, and so some of these topics will be in those trainings, so they're not budgeted within the current budget. They'll be provided by the state of Arizona, the state of New Mexico in providing more technical assistance to us. And I would like to just state that some of these training requests, to some extent, may have not been requested before. So I'm glad we are having this discussion, but I do recall those conversations. So that would be my feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. In follow-up to that, I guess, in what I see is the unique status. With the New Mexico, we might coordinate with Indian Affairs Secretary Lynn Trujillo, as well as Department of Health Secretary. Can't remember that. I think they have a new, recently named secretary, but we'll get that aspect. The other that's really pending, and this is a question to Miss Jones and perhaps Dr. Jim. Pueblo Pintado had been approved with a general obligation bond for planning, design, and construction. And when I came into office, it had to have been reauthorized 3 times. And before the pandemic took over in March, that particular contract had been sent to the Department of Justice for within the 164B review. And then a Mr. James Adekai basically saw that there was the danger of those funds reverting back or the authorization reverting. And so there was an appeal letter. I think it was to a Daltex person, New Mexico Daltex. And from there, then there was a denial. And then there was an appeal. And I'm wondering what the status is. And at the same time, community development had named a new project manager. And right now, I can't recall that individual's name, but there's a chance that you can provide an update, and that way we can see what we can do with assuring that we have a new facility. It's a replacement facility. And it may take a new step, like it's a modular building or a double wide trailer that may need to be moved from the current site so that the new construction can take place. So those are some aspects to my question. Dr. Jim, Ms. Jones.
Oh, yeah, Ashna, thank you for that question. I'll be brief in my response, and I'll have Ms. Jones answer about the status. But as I recall, I think because of the roles of and responsibilities between Doltex and DCD, there was an agreement for DCD to be the main oversight of the constructions and projects, and that Doltex will be assisting. So I believe that would be related to how DCD will initiate and keep on, I guess, statuses on the project. So there wasn't really sort of the agreement, the formal agreement that was in place when Ms. Jones got here. So that was put in place to provide clarification on the responsibilities. One thing I would want to request is assistance in not to revert any dollars back this past year due to the pandemic. I would think that would require some sort of legislative effort in order for New Mexico not to revert any dollars just because of the pandemic. So I just want to make that statement, but Ms. Jones can either repeat or add to my statement regarding the status of Pueblo Pintado.
Dr. Jim, as Dr. Jim stated, the CPMD is the lead agency for any construction-related activities for Daltex because we don't have that skill set within our division. So I would have to follow up Mr. James Adekai to find out exactly what the status is with Pueblo Pintado Senior Center. Thank you.
Yes, I'll have to look through my records. There was a document number of when it went up there, but I can't, right now I don't have it before me, but we'll continue discussion on that. Committee members, any further discussion, comments? I have one more regarding the Navajo Nation Council on Aging. Has that council been revived? And are they operating on the old plan of operation?
So, thank you, Honorable Chair, for that question. I know that we've been working on that when I first came into this administration.
Tuna sandwich on wheat,
This administration.
mustard. Yeah, and then cucumbers and what else do they put on there? Peppers.
Please put your phone on mute. Who's
Lettuce,
ordering lunch? Tuna fish sandwich,
then olives,
cucumbers,
onions. Just mustard, no other.
Please put your phone on mute. Dr. Jim, let's try again.
Yeah. So, yeah, someone's ordering lunch. So the Navajo Council on Aging is still operational, so I can have Ms. Jones do an update.
Thank you, Chair. So, the current members of the Navajo Council on Aging right now are Mr. George Tolf, he's the president from Crown Point Agency. Lena Clark, vice president from Tuba City Agency. Carrie Small Canyon, secretary, Tuba City Agency. Larry Keyswood, he's a member with the Shiprock Agency. Carol Dolan, she's a member with Crown Point Agency. Luke P. Deswood, he's a member with Chinley Agency. May Williams, a member with Tuba City Agency. And Ms. Rose Smith, she's a member with Fort Defiance Agency. These are the current names I have with the Navajo Council on Aging. Thank you.
And Chana, this is Dr. Jim. They're also still under the Department of Health. I know there was some conversations to move it under a different division, but that has not taken place, so they are still under the Navajo Department of Health. In the report, thanks.
Thank you. Yes, I think, what was it? The Area Agency on Aging just squarely puts it within the Department of Health. Thank you for the report. Separate and aside from the presentation, Dr. Jim, there is the authorization for, what was it? Community Health Assistant Program, the CHAP program. I know that there was going to be tribal consultation sometime this week, and I think I missed it. But I guess in a separate summary sheet, perhaps you would see how much the nation would be receiving through that, and then how we're going to basically introduce it and put it out to the communities. That would be separate from the budget hearing, Sadeja. And now we can continue with the next tab.
Chana, this is Dr. Jim, so we're going to go into the external funds now. We have completed all the general fund accounts.
So Yes, that would be tab 4.
Are,
You may proceed.
and are we only doing budget forms 1 and 2, or let's see, just 1 and 6?
Committee members, Chair is seeking some direction based on Dr. Jim's question. Committee members, what's your thought? Tab 4, we got a big section. Just the budget, and then Form 2. Is that sufficient for your review, committee members?
Chair,
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
thank you, Chair, members of the committee. There's just really budget form 1, and it just goes to budget form 6. So it's kind of hard to say. It's a little different than the budget form for the general fund. So there's a bunch of budget form 6 question in this. I don't know, maybe Dr. Jim can help us if there was budget form 6. There's the last page to that one. I think Alston. So, but I guess we can go with budget form 1. Although the rest of you say we probably need guidance from our legal counsel or from OMB. That I don't know.
So, and as Sadeja, Dr. Jim, some of the other divisions, they didn't give us the opportunity to review. We just went on to the next section. But in your case, if you just want to do Form 1 and 2, that I think would be sufficient.
So, Chair, this is Dr. Jim. We only have 1 and 6. Sorry, I said 2. I was looking at page 2.
Okay. 1 and
So
6 then.
budget forms 1 and 6, and we have a long packet, and just wondering.
Yes. Yes. And that's how come I was seeking guidance from the committee. Committee members. Form 1, 6. No, let's do. I think we better do 1 and 6. Committee members. Again, I'm looking for guidance. One and 6. 6 has several pages. Chair Salona? Oh, Honorable Halona.
Yes,
Go ahead.
Yeah, Chair, if you want to, we probably should go on a recess for at least 30 minutes so we can have a chance to take a look at that number 4. Or that number.
Oh, tab number 4. Now that's the tab 4 entails external funds. Budget form 1 and 6, but form 6 on some of them entails several pages. I'll abide by Honorable Halona's quest to recess for 30 minutes. That would bring us back at 1:11. With that, committee members, we are in recess.
Thank you, Chair.
Oh,
Now we can read.
since you're the one that
Good thing.
requested, you can't bluff it off.
Yeah, I
You gotta
can
read
read.
it.
Yeah.
Okay. Basila.
Okay. 110.
Hello, Mose, are you there? Can you unmute? I need to ask you a question. Hello, Angie, are you there? This is Michelle, Department of Health. We need to talk with you. Do you have a second?
Do you want to call me? Do you want to call me?
Yes, hi, Ange. We have a question real quick. Could you,
Okay.
are you on the line?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna call you at the office, okay?
All right, I'm gonna mute all.
Let me give you a call.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mose, are you back? Mr. Mose?
Good afternoon. This is Delegate Daniel So back on the call. Sorry I'm late.
There's nobody else on as far as I know.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. This is Angie Benally. I do believe that Mr. Mose is in the BNF conference room, and I'm online as well. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Mose, are you back on the call? Test committee members, could you identify yourselves if you're on the call?
You tell you hello, I'm online.
Okay. Dr. Jill Jim, are you on the call?
Good afternoon, Chair. This is Dr. Jim. We are on the call.
Sheila. Thank you. Halona, Honorable Halona, what are your thoughts on the tab 4 external funds budget forms 1 and 6?
Well, I have several questions on that. There's a lot of charges or new line items, I guess you could say. And some of the budget numbers are way high. I just had some questions on some of those. Yeah.
Okay. As a preface, Dr. Jim, these outside funds, are some of them the CARES Act? Then I know that there was some funds sent by IHS, and then some additional funds through the 638 contracts related to COVID. Are these part of these budget forms that you've included here?
Shana, yes, those are all external funds that are being received are in this binder here for budget forms 1 and 6. You'll also see a summary of the same forms that OMB reported on their BER. So that same information is on budget forms 1 and 6 for the external or for the external funding. So yes.
Okay. I guess we just get started. So who will be presenting the first budget form?
Chair.
Oh, Honorable Wanika.
Yeah, this is external funds. So I know these external funds are very restricted to for the purpose they were allocated. So the only thing is we can question like, the funding, the first part of it is, for Deltex, and it's for each agency. I think, where we have questions, thinking we can, question, Dr. Jim in reference to some of the concerns that we have as far as, Deltex is concerned. But all the 5 agencies will have their budgets. I don't know if we need to go to each one. The only thing I'm thinking about is just go with the budget form 1 again. Unless we have, additional questions, then we can probably go to the other forms that's specific to the amount again. Like for myself, most of my questions will be with the CHR. I put out at ARA because, this first 5 is going to be the 5 agency as far as Deltex. I don't know, as far as specific questions, sige anan like, can use the information that we have for the chapter that we oversee to question some of the concerns that we have. I think it will extend to other chapters. Because going through each and every one of them, I feel, it's relating to the same, funding source, what it's used for. As far as the 5 agency has to do with Deltex. Chair, I don't know if that will help us to, get to some specific concerns that we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Priscilla. Dr. Jim.
You can. Dr. Jim, I guess I was on mute. The OMB report, Part A, there's, in that particular spreadsheet, on the last column before the totals, the last column is called Special Revenue Fund External. Those are the total amounts that will be part of tab 4. Am I correct? And okay. And I'll take direction from Honorable Wanika. Let's just review budget form 1.
on each of those budget categories.
Hey, thank you, Chair. I'll go ahead and have Ms. Chavez start.
Good afternoon again, Honorable Chair. I'll start with, Budget Form 1, Text Administration, Business Unit 1130, Part 2 is the breakdown of all their grants that they receive. So, Part 2, starting with General Funds, FY22, that was updated. So that's the incorrect number that's on there. But it has 468,755. And then the Senior Citizens Trust Fund for $279,073. Navajo Nation Cash Match, $225,323. Then the Arizona Title III Administration for $211,907. And the Arizona Title III Caregiver Administration, $3,028. Arizona Title III Caregiver Outreach for $116,510. Arizona Title Caregiver Training at $106,510. Arizona Title III Health Promotion is at $33,484. Arizona Title III Ombudsman, $57,499. Arizona Title III Respite Services, $6,372. Arizona 3 Adult Preventive Services, $3,539. Mexico House Bill 2 Administration is for $117,000 for a total of $1,669,700. In Part 3, Section A is $176,996. Part B is $468,705. Overall increase of $200,401. Total budgeted, number of positions budgeted, D is 2, E is 6. Total number of vehicles budgeted, 1, E is 1. There.
We lost part of your presentation.
Where do I need to go step back?
You were doing Part 4, positions and vehicles.
Positions budgeted under D is 2, E is 6. Total number of vehicles budgeted is 1, and D, E is also 1.
Okay.
That's it for 1130 of 10.
The next place is on the upper right hand. There's page numbers. Which page do we need to go to for the next one? For Form 1.
Form 1, the next page is page 2? Or you mean the next section?
The next section.
That's it for, the administration. Budget
Yeah.
Form 1. Then the next one would be Daltex Chinley, Budget Form 1, Business Unit, 113011. Part
And
2.
that would be at page, still
It's
trying
the
to
next,
flip
the next peach section. They don't have the page numbers.
the next peak section. Okay. All right. Daltex Chinley.
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead. I got you now.
Part 2, Navajo Nation General Fund, the amount of $2,085,278, 84%. Arizona Title III Congregate Meals, $104,295 at 4%. Arizona Title III Home Delivered Meals, $81,891 at 3%. Arizona Title III NSIP Congregate Meals is at $34,081 at 1%. Arizona Title III NSIP Home Delivered Meals at $34,082, 1%. Arizona Title III Transportation, $107,317 at 4%. DHHS Title VI Part A at $35,461 at 1%, and DHHS Title VI NSIP $12,311. That one is at 0%, less than 1%, for a total of $2,494,716. And under Part 3, A, the $1,902,960. B, $2,085,278. Overall increase of $182,318. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. Under D, 47. E is 47. Total number of vehicles budgeted. Under D is 16. E is also 16. Yeah.
Chair Juanita.
Go ahead, Cecilia.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I just want to ask the presenter in Part 3, original budget and the proposed budget, from travels all the way to repairs and maintenance, with the exception of lease and rental, the numbers really went up. Each of the categories. I'm just wondering why. Is it because of the pandemic last year, or why is it now the numbers for travel, meetings, supplies, and communication, utilities, repairs, and then also special transactions? Well, special transaction, there was already funding in there, went down, but for the rest, it went up. Is there a reason for that?
Honorable
Dr.
Go ahead.
Yes, go ahead, Dr. Jim.
Yeah, Honorable Juanita, thank you. So in this budget, as we recall, we didn't have the extra $1 million that was already added to our base budget before. So usually we get personal lapse funds after the comprehensive budget is approved. And so this is the first time where we actually have $1 million that's included with our general funds budget. So you will see higher amounts across the entire general funds budget for Doltex, only for that reason, with the $1 million increase from President's office and also the GWA allocation. I hope that helps answer or clarify your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jim. So will that be the same with all the 5 agencies?
Oh.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Um, Ms. Chavez, on to the next section.
Okay, the next section is, Fort Defiance, Daltex, business unit number 113012, part 2, Navajo Nation General Funds, 2,224,514 for 78%. Arizona Title III Congregate Meals, 102,364, 4%. Arizona Title III Home Delivered Meals, $80,374 at 3%. Arizona Title III NSIP Congregate Meals, 33,450 at 1%. Arizona Title III NSIP Home Delivered Meals, 33,450 at 1%. Arizona Title III Transportation, 105,330, 4%. DHXS Title VI Part A, $39,790 at 1%. DHXS Title VI NSIP, $12,311, less than 1%. In New Mexico Hospital Bill 2, $222,453 at 8%, for a total of $2,854,036. Part 2, A is $2,047,369. Part B is $2,224,514. Total increase of $177,145. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted, D is 51, E is 51. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 23, E is 23. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members, any questions? Okay, Ms. Chavez. Oh, Habashila, Honorable Halona, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. The question I had was, under supplies, travel expenses, and lease and rentals, you didn't have anything budgeted for last year, original budget? And then, especially the supplies, what are we paying for there? $134,000. And then, travel expenses, again, that's really high, $19,000. Can you enlighten me a little bit on what those charges are going to be for?
Dr. Jim, and then also Miss Valerie Jones.
Chair, hold on, we're looking for the, form.
A lot of it is gonna be in non-caps, some of the like.
He's thinking about travel expenses. $31.10. So, Chair, we were just looking at our budget. While we don't own our vehicles, there's a lot of the charges around fleet will be related to, basically the vehicle rental, the lease for the Navajo Nation. That's why it's a little bit close to 17,000, as you mentioned, Honorable Halona. And then those are other vehicles in regards to mileage or related to transportation, and so they have to log in their miles to get it reimbursed.
Honorable Halona, you have follow-up.
Well, I'm not sure if they answered that, all answered it correct yet. I mean, what kind of supplies are we looking at there?
Yeah,
I noticed
well, this is general funds budget, we have that in tab 9 for Fort Defiance. You'll see the itemized budget there for general funds. So on tab 9, you'll look at, budget form 4. And you should be looking at 5 of 4, 4 of 8. Page 4 of 8, you should be able to see fleet and personal travel there. There is an amount, a monthly per diem for 5 vehicles at $100 plus tax, around $1,000. 14 vehicles at $111 a month. $3,294. 4 vehicles at $457. At $3,875, totaling $8,229.84. Then any temporary vehicles that they might need in case there is something wrong with their vehicle or they need another vehicle. That's at 20 days at $749. And then of course the mileage at 23 vehicles for 1,200 miles, $8,004. Under object code 3110 for fleet. Does that answer your question, Honorable Halona?
Yeah, that explains a little bit more detail. Thank you for that. And then the other question that I had was on the communications and the utilities. Is that basically for upgrading on computer components?
Well, under office supplies, there's about $1,750 for just general office supplies. So that's what we're looking at. I'm looking at the sheet under operating supplies. There's under the code 4000. You might be looking at it. There's non-capital assets that there is under that specific main object code. Object code 4200 is non-capital assets, which include freezers, refrigerators, water heaters, and stoves, and that is totaling $66,000. There's also non-cap computer equipment, 6 computers with a printer at $12,000. That equals $78,000. There's operating supplies for general operating supplies for $250 for 18 centers, $4,750. There's food in there as well for operating supplies, $3,000 at 15 centers, which equals $45,000. Custodial supplies, $250 per 18 centers, which equals $54,000 for cleaning, more like custodial supplies. So that will equal your total around for that particular 4,000 code for supplies at $134,250.
No, thank you, Dr. Jim. Just one more question would be on the special transactions. I see you up that 13,000. What kind of special transactions does that fall under?
Well, I think special transactions, I don't, under that particular code.
Insurance premium. 8 of 8.
Okay, those are the 7,000. Well, that includes promotional items at $100 for 15 centers, that equals $1,500, 1,500. Gift and awards at $760. Print advertising, $500 at 2 events, 1,000. Training and registration fees, for $50 per 15 staff at $750. Background checks, $50 at 15 staff for $750. Insurance premiums for the vehicles, all add up to $28,547.
Okay, that's for 23 vehicles, right?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jim. I appreciate that. Chair? Proceed.
Thank you. Honorable Halona. Ms. Chavez, let's go to the next section.
Okay, the next section, Crown Point Agency, Daltech, business unit number 1133, Part 2, Navajo Nation General Fund, $2,747,151, 75%. Arizona Title II Congregate Meals at $88,361, 2%. Arizona Title III Home Delivered Meals, $9,380, 2%. Arizona Title III NSIP Congregate Meals, $28,874 at 1%. Arizona Title III NSIP Home Delivered Meals at $28,874, 1%. Arizona Title III Transportation, $90,922, 2%. DHHS Title VI, $41,954, 1%. DHHS Title VI NSIP, $12,311, less than 1%. Mexico House Bill 2, $561,429, 15%, for a total of $3,669,256. Part 3A, $2,544,615. B, $2,747,151. Overall increase of $202,536. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted under D is 64. E is also 64. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 26. E is also 26.
Chair Salona?
Honorable Halona, go ahead.
Couple of questions on your budget there that you read out. On the supplies, you had 0 for original budget. I don't know why it says 0. There should have been some number there. When you have proposed budget at 47,000. And as well as contractual services, there's 0 for last budget, and now it's 30,000 for this year. And then also on the personnel expenses, why was it raised up $50,000 over the last budget? Those are the 3 questions I have on that one. Thank you.
Sure, I'll have Christine explain how the budget forms are set up.
Please.
To answer your question, Honorable Halona, this is just a breakdown. So general funds, this is just for the general funds on page A and B. So those are derived from the tab, from tab 3 of the original budgets that we read earlier. That's where all the breakdown for each of the line items are broken out. So if you look at, Daltex Crown Point is tab 10. That is where you'll find each of the line items for each of the, major line items that you're questioning.
Is it in the breakdown?
Yes, so last year, all we got was $2,544,000 in A, and that was primarily all for personnel expenses. And like Dr. Jim said, the $1 million that additional monies that were allocated from OPVP are incorporated into these budget forms. That's why you'll see, the increase is in most of the line items.
Okay, I understand now. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Jim, in regard to this review with the committee, why we're using Arizona Title III fund in New Mexico.
Yes, Chair. The current agreements with Title III and Title VI do overlap across both states. And so those are the reasons why they overlap. And these agreements for both Title III and VI really need some tribal consultation to address an outstanding tri-state agreement that does exist, hasn't expired, but to kind of better manage the program. But that's how the funding allocations are. Like for USDA, we have our own region under WIC because both Arizona and New Mexico are in one area, so they don't have to belong to different regions. So I think this is the attempt for both Title III and VI, but there needs to be more work on it. So it's kind of just a national approach to working with Navajo. The only external funding you'll see that doesn't cover Arizona would be House Bill 2.
Yes. In that request to make some changes, would that go to the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services?
Yes, the American or the ACL is under Department of Health and Human Services, yes.
Okay. And this particular fund comes through Arizona.
Yes.
Okay. I guess could we get yourself and Department of Justice attorney to analyze the situation, and from there we could introduce legislation to change the fundamental way of treating the Navajo Nation as its own state. That can happen, but the other way to make sure the guidelines are the same, no matter where the services extend, like to Utah, Arizona, and New Mexico. Could we do that going forward? And that would be separate and apart from this budget hearing?
And yes, we can schedule a meeting.
Okay. I think that's, there's always the perception that New Mexico isn't paying their fair amount, but I guess a lot of it, the understanding is the aspect of the area agency on aging, how it's being treated as a region. Thank you. Ms. Chavez, let's go on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is Tuba City Agency, Business Unit 113014, Part 2, Navajo Nation General Funds in the amount of $2,151,783 at 84%. Arizona Title III Congregate Meals, $103,812 at 4%. Arizona Title III Home Delivered Meals, $81,513, 3%. Arizona Title III NSIP Congregate Meals at $33,923 at 1%. Arizona Title III NSIP Home Delivered Meals at $33,923, 1%. Arizona Title III Transportation, $106,822, 4%. DHHS Title VI, $35,462, 1%. DHHS Title VI NSIP, $12,311, less than 1%, for a total of $2,559,549. Part 3A is $1,967,848. B, $2,151,783. Total increase of $183,935. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. D is 46, E is 47. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 19, and E is also 19. Chair?
Committee members? Any questions? Going once? Twice? Ms. Chavez, on to the next.
The next tab is Shiprock Agency, business unit number 113015, Part 2, Navajo Nation General Funds, out of $1,926,327, 76%. Arizona Title III Congregate Meals at $84,015, 3%. Arizona Title III Home Delivered Meals, $65,968, 3%. Arizona Title III NSIP Congregate Meals at $27,454, 1%. Arizona Title III NSIP Home Delivered Meals at $27,454, 1%. Arizona Title III Transportation at $86,450, 1%. HHS Title VI, $36,543 at 1%. DHHS Title VI NSIP at $12,311, less than 1%. Mexico House Bill 2, $258,100 at 10%. Grand total of $2,524,622. Part B, A is $1,752,597. Part B is $1,926,327. Total increase of 173,730. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted, D, 47, E is 47. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 16, E is 0. Fair?
Committee members? Questions, comments? Going once? Twice? Ms. Chavez, on to the next section.
Next section is the Senior Citizen Trust Fund, business unit number 713009, Part 2, Senior Citizen Trust Fund, out of $279,073 for 100%. Under A, $157,100. B is $279,073 for total increase of $21,973. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. D and E are both 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted, both D and E are both 0. Chair?
Committee members? Questions? Dr. Jim, Ms. Jones, the public assistance. We're going from supplies to public assistance. Is that in the form of prescription eyeglasses? I think it was dentures, and I just remember that those were the two most used. Is there other forms?
Yeah, I think, Tara, I think there includes hearing aids and eyeglasses. I think Ms. Francis let us know earlier that the Senior Citizen Trust Funds is a general funds account, so it's located in the external funds account.
Yes. It was originally part of the permanent trust fund investments of 86. Thank you. And in that regard, are they basically distributed by agency or on a first come, first served basis?
Tara, I'll hand it over to Ms. Jones.
Good afternoon, Chair. We've divided up between the 5 agencies, so each agency receives $55,814,000 each, making up a total of $279,073.
Thank you. Committee members, any other questions? Going once? Twice? Ms. Chavez, go ahead and go to the next.
Okay, the next tab is Navajo Breast and Cervical Cancer Prevention Program. Business unit number K220500. Part 2, External CDC Fund, K220500, $980,000 for 81%. External CDC, K210500, $227,070 for 19%. Total of $1,207,070. Part A, $900,000. Part B, $980,000. Total increase of $80,000. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. E is 8, E is 8. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 5, E is also 5. Chair?
Committee members? Question, discussion, comment? Going once? Twice? And Ms. Chavez to the next one.
Okay, the next tab is Navajo Community Health Representative Program. Part 1 gives the company numbers: 4751, 4422, 4381, and 4056. So HMS 638 contract funds is $6,866,075, 33%. 5 UH3 OD 23344-04 K2110 563, 425,989, 2%. 5 NU58 DP 006722-02-00 K210502 for $219,391 at 1%. And then the HMS 638 contract K210527 for $5,540,831, 26%. MS 638 IHS contract K200537, $1,691,032, 8%. MS 638 IHS contract K190517, $1,378,934 at 7%. HMS 638 IHS contract K180546, $1,238,040 at 6%. HMS 638 IHS contract K170584, $6,000 or less than 1%. HMS 638 IHS contract K170531 for $3,089,149, 15%. HMS 638 IHS contract K160519, $547,717, 3%, for an overall total of $21,003,158. Part 3A is $6,866,075. Part B, $6,866,075, no increase. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. B is 135, E is 135. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 95, E is also 95. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members.
Chair.
Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Yeah. So question, part 4, total number of positions budgeted, 135. Those positions are budgeted. Is it mostly CHR? Is it at all 110 chapters? Because there was vacancies, and not all of them are being advertised. why are those, positions are vacant at certain chapters not advertised? I know Oak Spring is like that, we've been using, St. Michael CHR or 45 CHR, between the two, we've been using. So, I know Oak Springs chapter really does need the CHR. Why are all the positions, being filled? What's the problem? Thank you.
Dr. Jim and Ms. Jones.
Shana, thank you, and also Honorable Varnika, thank you for your question regarding the Navajo CHR program. I also want to also thank you guys for bringing the CHR program to the committee to look at vacancies. There have been several meetings, and I know that you guys had tasked BPM to work with CHRs to address these vacancies, and so the positions were basically very hard to fill because we don't have a lot of qualified individuals that are able to fill those positions that would need a CNA or a medical assistant as well. So there were some intern positions that were created and reclassified. I don't know if they're posted. They were ready to be posted and was sent to DPM, posted on the webpage. And so that was, it took a while because I think this issue was brought up early January. So that's where we're at. I don't think they're all CHR positions because some of these offices need support staff as well. And even though the number might seem high with this, with the CHR program here, one thing I would just want to mention is that they only receive external funding. They've been slated to kind of decrease their funding amount. And right now, with the current discussion that was passed for me besides the budget was the CHAP program, the Community Health Aid Program. I think we ought to consider what kind of impact that will have on the CHR program. And I know that in tribal consultations, we have talked about making sure that CHR and CHAP coexist because previously the CHAP program was supposed to take over the CHR program. But I know tribal communities across the United States, such as areas like Phoenix or probably Cherokee, might actually prefer to keep a CHR program and maybe along with the CHAP program. The CHAP program has existed in the upper north Portland area and Alaska for a number of years. Basically, it's an unfunded mandate that is now being transitioned across the Indian Health Service, but to what extent that it fits here on Navajo, I think it's something that we have to explore. And so either way, we're going to have to decide at some point to what extent our CHR is going to exist going forward, and it could be different, slightly different than how CHAP programs exist, because CHAP programs actually include a dental assistant, a behavioral health person, and a community health aide. And so you're ending up, the funding that we're receiving from CHAP would technically further expand services but reduce the functions of CHRs in the future. So I think that's going to be some decisions that are going to be made. I know that there's the grant application that we're going to submit for, but how it works on Navajo, that's going to be something that's going to have to be explored. And it all relates to trying to, at the end of the day, receive third-party reimbursement. And how can we do that as with a CHR program or not with the CHR program? But there could be in the future a discontinuation of how we perceive CHR programs as CHAP programs are now being considered. So I hope that kind of gives you guys a little bit of a background on Chair and Honorable HES members, but I think that's important to keep CHRs at the top of the table when we're going to be beginning to discuss how long these existing funds can actually support CHRs going forward, as they are indefinite. There's no deadline on these funds, but there is the fear of losing CHRs on how they work on Navajo because of how the national office is divvying up funding for and making decisions for Indian country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Again, honorable committee members, we had asked Department of Human Resources, most especially personnel management, to redo the qualifications. And that's one item that we possibly could revisit on tomorrow. So do we still have a vacancy of close to 40 CHRs? Dr. Jim, Ms. Jones.
Shana, I think we would have to look into that, if we could report that back out to you. I would have to check with the CHR program to see how many are in the process.
Thank you.
Oh.
Okay, Abiwa,
Chair.
Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate the time and members of the committee. Yeah, I think it will be good to revisit this with personnel as far as the qualifications. And just looking at the vacancies, it looks like there's about 22 positions that are still vacant. And I'm just very concerned about this because I think those positions that just recently became vacant, it's not really a big issue. But with some positions, it's been going on 5, 10 years or something like that, and we're just wondering why those positions have never been filled. So I think based on that, we need to have additional discussion on this. Thank you, Chair.
I guess
Chair,
the end of this, go ahead, Dr. Jim.
Yeah, Chair, this is Dr. Jim. So they were posted, it looks like they were just posted as of July 29th, so they're closing tomorrow. So we'll see how many applicants we get, and then that's gonna go back to how long we keep re-advertising it. And then if we don't find people qualified, what else can we do? So I guess we're gonna have to monitor how many do get filled with the new requirements, and we'll see if there's a pool of applicants as the position will close tomorrow. Thank you.
Yes, and then there was some that took the retirement option most recently that I'm aware of. We could also get numbers on that, Dr. Jim. Not necessarily right now, but later tomorrow. There's no other question, discussion, or comments. Ms. Chavez, on to the next one.
Okay, the next one is Division of Behavioral Health and Mental Health Services. K 210523, Part 2, FY 21 DBMHS base. There's thirty-eight.
Hello, now mute your phone. Sounds like you're herding sheep.
15,588,528 for 32%. FY 22 DBMHS base 93,638, 8,091,460 at 16%. FY 19 DBMHS base 93,638, $1,761,713, 14%. FY 18 DBMHS base 93,638, 3,883,536 at 8%. FY 17 DBMHS base 93,638, 3,135,857 at 6%. FY 16 DBMHS base 93,638, 8,809,711, 18%. FY 21 DBMHS headquarters shares at 492,227, 1%. FY 20 DBMHS headquarters shares 93,638, 492,227 at 1%. FY 19 DBMHS headquarters shares 93,638, 489,141, 1%. FY 18 DBMHS headquarters shares 93,638, 420,269 at 1%. FY 17 DBMHS headquarters shares 93,638, 341,926 at 1%. FY 17 DBMHS emergency directors emergency fund 3,731, less than 1%. FY 18 DBMHS director emergency fund 4,852, less than 1%. FY 20 DBMHS grant DBMHS CI grant 290,891, 1%. FY 21 REBA RBHA Arizona Administration 526,872 at 1%. FY 21 RBHA Arizona Crisis 0%. FY 21 RBHA Arizona Housing at 462,000, 0%, less than 1%. Grand total of $49,337,583. Part 3A, $15,588,528. B is $15,588,528 with no increase. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. D is 245. E is 245. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 92 and E is also 92. Chair?
Committee members? Question, discussion?
Chair,
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika.
thank you, Chair. I just want some clarification. After Budget Form 1, page 2 all the way to page 18, there's budgets, similar budgets for purpose of funding and match funds requirement and all that, all the way to page 18. And it has budget for certain purposes, but the reasoning, the purpose of the Division of Behavioral and Mental Health Service is to provide a comprehensive alcohol and substance abuse prevention, treatment, all that, almost all of them says that. So all these budgets, are they for certain locations or how are they budgeted? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Dr. Jim? And is Dr. Brenser on the call also?
Good afternoon, Chair. Dr. Francis is not on the call yet, but when we prepared the budget, it is for all areas. Some of it includes our annual funding amounts, and as I said before, for the CHR program, these budgets don't expire, so you'll see accounts there that says K-16, 17, 18, 20, and as you see, some of them are REBA funding too, the different funding from IHS that they receive in order to operate sort of that care coordination services to refer individuals to treatment as well. Case management services only, but all the other accounts are related to covering all areas across the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Honorable Wanika, do you have follow-up?
Yes, I think it will be good to identify the locations because this one is just based on numbers. We don't know where they're at, and to ask questions specific to a location is hard to do that. Chair?
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. And I guess, Dr. Jim, enumerate the places we do have these, I don't know if it's called centers within the department, where we're extending services to the agencies and then from there to the various chapter areas.
Yeah, so Shana, Honorable, so with those questions, there are certain centers, outpatient centers that are covered across the Navajo Nation. There's also the residential treatment, and so I'm assuming that those are all budgeted across each year, so I can have Dr. Branser explain how many treatment centers we have and how many residential that we have that are covered under the IHS contract to address substance use and disorders.
Hello, good afternoon, to everybody on the meeting call. This is Michelle, Dr. Branser, Delegated Health Service Administrator for DBMHS, Department of Health Services. And I caught most of the question, I think. So yes, we have outpatient treatment centers throughout the different agencies on Navajo. Currently, there are 13 outpatient treatment centers. There is one residential, which is in Shiprock. It's called Navajo Regional Behavioral Health Center, and that is currently our only residential facility on Navajo. So our contracts that we have with IHS work on mainly providing the personnel, operating costs, anything else that is involved with, patient care. And I think the biggest one for residential facilities right now, our challenges is with the updating of our buildings, kind of the renovating process due to COVID. Our last clients we had in residential was August of last year, and currently we've been taking this time to redo HVAC, other areas, the water tanks, the fixtures, the flooring, all sorts of things related to the building actually. And so those are still in the process of getting completed, some of it mainly due to the procurement back and forth with that. And so we're looking at how we can open up that center as soon as these renovations get done. So currently, as you may be aware of, the budgeting is definitely for all of the treatment center sites. Outpatient is currently being operated through telehealth services. We've rolled that out now, and so that is the internet. So we are, including that in our budget as well. The other part is making sure that, if there are crisis situations, we're able to go out. But I know the challenge is what we're addressing with the grant to help us with our budgeting is to make sure we can create a one number for crisis response. So we're looking at that even with the grant we're hopefully going to receive from FEMA, but also just within our own budgeting as well. And so as you can see, with most of our budgeting, it is mainly related to our personnel costs. And I would say about 70% of these budgets that we have for the facilities is going to be in the personnel costs. However, we haven't been able to travel too much, but like some clinicians still need to do their, what they call continuing education hours. So we are allowing virtual conferences to help meet them so we can maintain licensure. Mainly the other things we've been trying to do are look at other communication like Facebook, social media, to make sure we can continue our treatment modalities through that. But I would say to highlight what we do need most of all is to work on the repairs and maintenance. The challenges with that is, working with other departments which are part of the process, if it's CPC or OOC or OMB, it's just a process and it takes time. But again, we are in that process now. One thing also we're really strongly doing is working with DOJ, the attorney, Michelle Begay, who works with us, with the Department of Health, to make sure our contracts and whatnot are workable, that we can maintain the services we provide. So I just wanted to go ahead and highlight some of those. I know there have been questions in the community from certain maybe eastern side agencies. So we do contract with other agencies as well, like Presbyterian Medical Services, because we currently don't have an outpatient that's open there, like in the area. So we have been working with the treatment services, and I believe they've been going out and responding and working with our outpatient treatment services in Crown Point, which is the closest DBMHS center. And so, we just have to work more. And the last meeting I had with PMS was to set up a clinical staffing monthly so we can make sure to have a better handoff for those that may be requesting services that PMS, may not have been aware of, or vice versa, they're aware of, and Crown Point Outpatient Treatment Center staff may not be aware of. And then also working with the IHS facility in that area. So I just wanted to let you all know that. Thank you.
Honorable Haluna, do you have follow-up? Or Honorable Wanika? Go ahead.
Chair, I don't, but I don't know. I feel like this is something that I think we need to have a discussion on. Thank you, Chair.
Chair.
Oh, so Che, Honorable Paul Begay, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair and honorable members of the committee. There are 13 service areas. We know that Navajo, Watertown, Navajo, Sun, Low, Farmington, Holbrook, Page. What are the Diego? Navajo and Dahoo. I see that every day in the page. That's all I use. The park. I remember there used to be a service unit there. Those are the space of national, all besides these are areas where to serve our people. Because of what the page what contract that happening. What are the city of page or somebody that can run the facility. What are I think I see maybe 2 or 3 throughout the year at the city park. Once it starts getting warm, oh, I use it. Predominantly, can some the Hochadatli, the Black Star Power, the net of the Kahashi Nahas in different areas, as many as 15, 20 out in the pine trees. But then I know other than the house planted in that location for what's it like, Sagi. Should I ego, what ego? Sagi the ego, the Nash shot, what that. Oh, I eat all what that. Ilahi Tao to father had to eat a lot, or is there some way that possibly a council delegate could take action on that, or yeah, behavioral health, give it a see, what's it, you get at the clinic age of cut, or what the ADK, of course, okay, there once, the facility was there in Page. Under it was no longer there. For a few years now, there has been nothing there. I know that the need is there to serve the people. It is quite about this thing. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Begay, Dr. Jim, and Dr. Brensler. In addition to that, I'm just wondering, do we have to redo the budget to basically do the cost centers? There was the alluding to the treatment center at Shiprock at Crown Point, and there was no other treatment center mentioned. Dr. Jim, Dr. Brensler.
Thank you, Shana. Also, Shiaz, Honorable Begay for that question. I'll have Dr. Brensler go into detail regarding the Page situation there, but in regards to the redoing the budget, I don't think it would be necessary to redo the budget because as IHS does have a restriction on construction of buildings, and so there's that issue that we have with Indian Health Service dollars. And so one way that we want to address this is through the ARPA dollars. So as we did a presentation last week at Twin Arrows, we did bring up the detox centers and the traditional treatment centers, residential treatment centers as well. So that's one way to build the foundation of these centers construction-wise, and behavioral health funding really support a lot of the operational and personnel costs. So I think there's that sort of plan that we have in regards to building more residential treatment centers. But I'll have Dr. Brensler add anything else, and also she can talk about the Page Treatment Center, where why it was closed down and what it would take to start it back up.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Yes, so it's great questions you all have about residential facilities. It is a higher level of care, how we look at in the American Society of Addiction Medicine. It's a level 3 care, which means, of course, it's 24/7. It's staffed like a medical facility. So with that in mind, Arizona State, with their regulations for residential facilities at the level that paid was at a 3.3 level for adults, male and female, they needed to have a registered nurse on site at the facility. And as my understanding, we were not able to, or DBMHS was not able to hire, or if they did hire, were able to keep a registered nurse at that facility. So therefore, it had to close. If we can't meet the state regulations, we cannot keep that facility open. And that happened, I'm guessing here now, because I was a clinical director in Shiprock at the time, I think it would be about 5 years ago, or it's been a while, 5 or 6 maybe years ago. And so it is important that we have the residential facilities, because as we know, that's where we can really tailor the treatment to the needs of our Diné people or other Native American tribes. The challenge is one thing we were looking at again and bringing back to the table, talking to DPM with Ms. Rosita Toddy about legislation to really look at the salary scale, the pay scale for our licensed and professional positions such as the RN or a psychologist, also licensed counselors or social workers. As you know, or may not know, even with the IHS pay scale, Navajo Nation pay scale is a lot lower. And, you know, we are also looking at trying to bring in the new, I guess, graduates or new clinicians that want to get licensed, and they're looking at ways, obviously, how to we help them as well. So it kind of comes back to that pay scale, honestly. I know at just hearing from the Shiprock Treatment Center, the residential and outpatient, you know, they're struggling to keep some staff, and some of it may be related to the pay scale, I believe. And so, you know, those are just the challenges. So I really, I think I need to bring that back to the table again with DPM to move forward, so we're all on the same page about the salary scale. And I have put forth certain positions, such as the RN, to be reviewed, revised with their pay scale, and so I believe that is in the process, but it hasn't been completed yet. So in that way, when you have these residential facilities, you need to maintain the staff that is needed, and as Dr. Jim stated, with the ARPA funds, there's looking at more detox, what that would take, and again, that is another level of care within the ASAM levels of care for treatment, because it can start off treatment for an individual who needs detox and then needs to go to a residential facility. And again, that would be a lot more looking at how do we do that, the planning with policies, procedures, making sure it's safe, or contracting it out. So there's a lot of options in some ways. And so I just wanted to let you know there, besides, you know, us knowing the need, really making sure it's feasible in a sense of how we're going to plan to structure these facilities with staffing, obviously the building itself, which Dr. Jim stated has been challenging with our IHS or federal dollars. But I know that the need is great. You are correct, Honorable So, or who stated, you know, I live in Pinedale, so Trouble-We've Gun, which is near Gallup, so I talk to those individuals you're mentioning, maybe some of them, or see them on different sides of town, and they know, you know, we're here in some ways, but they know it's really hard at the same time to break that cycle that they've been on in living on the streets and whatnot. But there are people that reach out to help as well. So the Bouldertown Treatment Center that is currently operating with staff is the Gallup Outpatient Treatment Center. And so they, again, can do telehealth services or phone services, or if it's a crisis situation, as long as we're practice good safety protocols, we can have staff go and meet with those individuals. And then we're partnering or looking at more of these partnerships with like the Four Corners, it's a medical detox facility, working also with possibilities that with the previous Wellspring Recovery Center. So there is a lot, that we know needs to be done, and I think the other part of it is just, the planning, like as I mentioned, as well as, making sure that we're accessing those funds, like meaning that it's not a long process to access funds. I think that's the biggest challenge sometimes. If we do get contractors, and I'm thinking about the facility in Shiprock that are doing the work, you know, just the process for them to get paid when they get the work done is very long. So then for us to find the next contractor or that same contractor to do more work, that if it's needed, it's really a challenge because they're of a very business mindset. So if we're not able to, you know, meet, I guess, the timelines, whatever we put out there, and it just makes it challenging overall. So I know that, again, the needs are there, and I want to make sure we're being proactive. But what I'm doing on my end and working with Dr. Jim is really that infrastructure piece. We, like I said, send people off the reservation because currently there is no residential on the nation right now that's operational. That is, Shiprock is still being renovated, whatnot. Then I want to make sure that people are able to come back to infrastructure of services, if that's like transition housing related to outpatient treatment services or other like peer support type groups. That's really what I'm looking at as well, to make sure that, you know, some needs we may not be able to provide if you think about people with really mental health and substance use disorders combined. They're very strong specialty in themselves. And how do we make sure that those individuals have services when they come here to Navajo as well? So this would mean partnering also with our IHS and 638 programs too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Brenser. Honorable Begay, do you have follow-up?
Not at this time, thank you.
Not at this time.
Oh, okay. Hakushila, Dr. Brenser. So, Honorable Halona or Honorable Wanika.
Yeah, members of the committee, I'd like to ask for a revisit on this because I don't think Mr. Begay's question was answered to the extent that he was asking the question. So, because I have concerns on this too, because this has to do with behavioral and mental health. One of the reasons why I sat down with Dr. Jim on one occasion was because of this pandemic. There are young people that are suffering as far as trauma is concerned because of their loved ones passing away and this and that. And there's three educators that wanted to do some counseling. They requested for additional funding, but I wasn't able to get the funding for them, so I won't pursue that again. And other things that I'm concerned about relating to this particular item as far as behavioral and mental health is concerned. So, based on that, I want to also ask a question to Dr. Jim that are you getting any OPRA funds also through this directly from the federal government? Sure.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Dr. Jim and Dr. Brenser.
Yes, Shana, Honorable So, and also Honorable Maninka. We would, one thing I would like to recommend is to see if we can do a revisit on all our external programs I don't know if it's tomorrow or a different time. I think that will be helpful to go through that again. But in regards to the ARPA dollars, some are the ones that were in the last fiscal year are documented in the OMB report, the BER, wherever it says HXS COVID dollars. Those are dollars that we received through our HMS contract. But there are some that are not posted that are still in the modifications. I think we're at modification 8. And with the new dollars that we haven't do budget forms for or received budget transmittals is probably about close to $50 million, and around a little over $20 million is going to be related to behavioral health, and then we do have a large chunk for lost revenue as well. So those haven't been budgeted out, and we're still working with OMB to get those funding into our accounts. So there's a large amount of ARPA dollars that are related to addressing COVID, such as healthcare facilities, I think potable water, addressing the mitigation response to COVID, mental health, and behavioral health services. So there's just a combination of different line items that are in there that will support the response of the pandemic. So I hope that answers most of the questions, Honorable Vanika and Chair So. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Like Dr. Brenser, I guess you're making notation that the Habito or Page facility was closed because there was no registered nurse available. So that begs the question of the centers that you're operating. Do we have a registered nurse on staff and available?
Hello again, this is Michelle, Dr. Branzer. Currently, no, there are no registered nurses. We did in the past, DBMH did have a nurse in, that I'm aware of in Shiprock. As I said, I used to be the clinical director at the Shiprock Center. But again, this is why it's crucial to work with DPM. We deemed that individual to be qualified, to be the registered nurse at our facility. However, when DPM evaluated the person's application and qualifications, we did not see the same eye to eye. So therefore, I think that was about 3 years ago now. So since that time, we have not had a registered nurse at any of our facilities. And that's why coming now as the delegated HSA beginning of this year, that was one of the meetings I was having with DPM with Racita Toddy is about that registered nurse piece, knowing the fact that for these residential type facilities, it is going to be best practice. It is in the regulations themselves to have that medical staff. What's good about New Mexico and their regulations and why we're still operational as a residential at Shiprock is because IHS is just across the parking lot. The Northern Navajo Medical Center is right east of the residential treatment facility. So in that way, with the state of New Mexico, we were able to show our direct connection that we utilize that facility and those medical staff, because it has happened in the past, one person, can have a heart attack or the health issues that pop up when they're in treatment because they're not using anymore, and all these other physical symptoms and illnesses pop up more, then we do need access to that as well. So I hope that answers your question, but that is how we're able to still maintain the Shiprock residential facility.
Okay, now that we're starting to focus a little bit more. All right. Che, Honorable Begay, the Kaibato facility, that wasn't residential. It was outpatient. Am I correct? Where the clients came in on a daily basis.
Chair, so I'm not exactly sure on the Kaipato study. I do know about the facility that was in Cage.
Okay. Okay, in the Dr. Rensur, the Peru facility was outpatient. The Ohancino facility was outpatient. And I think the Crown Point one basically is outpatient. So that aspect of requiring a nurse is basically outside the realm of that particular services. In going forward, how do we expand the services as Honorable Wanika is asking for? On the other end, I think it's Vice President's office that's saying we need to be expanding the mental and behavioral health care for our folks that encountered COVID-related trauma, whether it be the loss of parents, siblings, or children, and relatives, even friends. So in that aspect, how do we talk about expanding services? I know that once this particular budget goes to the council, you will be questioned about that. And so the committee is preparing you to think in a manner to where, how do we, I guess, in a lot of ways, you've already done it with the center up at Shiprock with the IHS facility. How do we expand it with Crown Point, Gallup Indian Medical Center, Fort Defiance, Winslow, Tuba City, even Chinle and Kayenta? How do we, I guess, coordinate and expand in a manner to expand the efficiency of the monies that are made available through IHS? And that would be something that you, Dr. Jim, and I guess the other part is even with the schools, we do have, I saw an advertisement where one of the schools was advertising for a contract psychologist. So how do we reach expand our services to and in partnership with these other whether they be healthcare services, educational institutions? How do we expand the services? And again, ponder that, and the committee will revisit. And again, once this budget goes to the council, we're gonna hear about other, items that concern or is of concern to the other delegates. So we'll leave it at that for this point in time. Dr. Jim. Dr.
Yes,
Bransur.
Yes, we can certainly take in those important points of preparing for a larger conversation. I know that when I delegated Dr. Brancer, she has done a lot in the last couple of months, the few months she's been here, assessing the behavioral and mental health services, including third-party billing, and also relooking at our agreements with Access as well. So there is a lot of work that needs to be done. I also know she will need a lot of help, and we also need to try to retain our existing employees and looking at the pay scale and then housing issues, and also looking at mainly how do we expand services in a short amount of time. So I think there's going to have to be a prioritization, looking at low-hanging fruit projects that we can look at with stuff that we're going on, like the Crown Point facility, outpatient facility. We really need the community DCD to help us too, and now they're going to be plummeted with ARPA projects. So some of these projects we're going to have to look at as leaders to you guys, looking to you guys to help us push our priorities, so some of these buildings can be put up first so that we can get access to services for individuals. And I think as Dr. Brancer has been looking into where detox centers and where to collaborate with border town organizations or even contracting out services is what she's fully assessing right now. So I believe within the short amount of time, she's been able to get as much information as she can so we can look at developing a really good concrete plan that will align with the ARPA stuff, but ensuring that we get facilities up, but we also need people in those facilities, and how do we get people there. So we would need to have a really aggressive plan. Even though we talk about substance use disorders as well, I know the pandemic also stems to mental health issues, which are also some of the responsibilities of the behavioral health, but those services are still assumed by Indian Health Services. So how do we better work with Indian Health Service and share these responsibilities to ensure our people get the best services that they can? So I just want to reiterate that, but thank you for bringing all of these to the table, so myself and the team and Dr. Brancer can be prepared to have those conversations that might be in the forefront of these budget hearings. Yeah.
Committee members, any other statements or comments? I know we have a few more pages. You want to go back to that aspect? I guess the other for myself, there is facilities in the Pueblo Pintado area that Mormon Church is trying to donate to the nation. It's been, I guess, sitting on somebody's desk, and we'll just have to re-find it. And it includes 2 residences, an RV or a trailer park that could basically house outpatient services. And it would make for a closer commute. There is a definite outbreak of methamphetamine and other related drugs. There's an epidemic happening in the area. So those are some thoughts I'd also put on the table. Ms. Chavez, let's go on to the next one.
Okay, the next tab is Navajo Department of Health, Executive Office. HMS, IHS, PL 93-638 funds, $2,034,056, 16%. HMS, IHS, PL 93-638, K 210537, $2,034,056 for 16%. HMS, IHS, PL 93-638, K 190527, CSC, $1,955,823 for 15%. HMS, IHS, PL 93-638, K 1805551, CSC, $717,437 at 6%. HMS, IHS, PL 93-638, K 170536, CSC, $675,438 for 5%. HMS, IHS, PL 93-638, K 160524, CSC, $5,425,366 at 42%. Grand total of $12,842,176. Part 3A, $2,034,056. B, $2,034,056. No increase or decrease. Part 4, D is 0, E is 0. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 0 and E is 0. Chair?
Thank you. Ms. Chavez, committee members, do you have any questions? Comments, discussion? The chair has a question. Dr. Jim, the budget for the 638 funds, personnel expenses, 1.995, 1.9 million. And it's listed personnel expenses, but then at the bottom, the number of positions budgeted, 0. My question is, under personnel expenses, how many positions are funded with the 1,995,918?
Sanaa, thank you for that question. There have been some changes in the last administration into this administration, and some of those are sort of that a budget to support the executive office. And unfortunately, those changes impacted my personnel budget, and those personnel budgets in this account only covers fringe benefits. We are actually using other accounts from existing years to budget for staff. So I am working with DOJ and OMB to try to establish a sort of that account if we can, or else there's going to have to be a different approach to staffing the executive office. So there needs to be work with the executive office to maintain staffing to support the 638 program And so with that said, that there is zero only because it only covers fringe benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Committee members, do we have any further questions? If not, let's go, Ms. Chavez, let's go to the next section. Ms. Chavez?
I'm sorry, we were on mute. The next section is
Don't be
Navajo
sorry.
Epidemiology Center. Part 2, FY 21 EPIDE IHS Core, $560,829 for 14%. Epidemiology COVID-19 grant, $1,222,180, 30%. FY 20 EPIDE Umbrella Grant, Year 3, $22,000 at 1%. FY 20 EPIDE IHS Core, $113,726 at 3%. FY 20 EPIDE IHS MSPI DVPI, $75,081 for FY 20 EPIDE IHS RMSF, $117,320 for 3%. EPIDE CDC Tech Fee, FY 21 Year 4, $296,818 for 7%. FY 21 EPIDE SAMHSA Community Hope, $134,347, 3%. FY 19 EPIDE MOA NAU Board, $489,699, 5%. FY 19 Epidemiology COVID-19, $1 million at 25%. Overall total of $4,032,000. Part 3, A, $557,670. B is $560,829, an increase of $3,159. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted. D is 20, E is 20. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 5, E is 5. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members? Questions, discussion, comments? Dr. Jim, these funds have no expiration?
Chair, they do have expiration. Some, if they're expired, they're probably looking at a no-cost extension as much as they can. The epidemiology program really functions off of Indian Health Service, their tribal epidemiology center status, and then they rely heavily on external funding. So they do expire, and they have different cycles as well.
Thank you. Committee members, any other questions, comments? Not going once, twice. Ms. Chavez, to the next section.
Okay, the next section is food distribution program. Part 2, USDA FCP administration, $3,494,529 at 30%. Cash match, $873,632, 7%. USDA FDP administration, FY21, $2,175,560 at 18%. USDA FDP administration, FY20, $1,044,984, 9%. USDA FDP nutrition education, FY20, $2,000, less than 1%. FDPIR CARES Act facility and equipment, $4,219,191, 36%. Grand total of $11,809,896. Part 2, A, $3,494,529. B, $3,494,529. No increase or decrease. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted, D is 81, E is 81. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 11, and E is also 11. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members. Question, discussion? Not. Let's go to the next one, Ms. Chavez.
Okay, the next one is Navajo Health Education Program. HMS IHS PL 93638, Part 2. $2,810,808, 35%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K210525, $2,363,812, 29%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K2000539, $979,686, 12%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K190519, $743,220, 9%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K180548, $703,203, 9%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K170533, $201,197 at 2%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K160521, $296,413 at 4%. Grand total of $8,098,339. Part 2, A is $2,810,808. Part B is $2,810,808. No increase or decrease. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted, D is 38, E is 38. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 22, and E is also 22. Chair?
Committee members. Jim, let me back up. I just remember under the food distribution, there was some concern about vehicles being unusable because of broken windshields and the lack of equipment. It was in an email sent from Delegate Charles Newton. Did we resolve those issues?
Chair, this is Dr. Jim. I believe we were working on it, but I can forward you the response that I gave Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. But I can get back with you, via email.
Yes, that would be good. Thank you. And again, it may pop up either at Navigia or council. Thank you. Regarding health education committee members, any questions, discussions? If not, let's go, Ms. Chavez, to the next section.
Okay, the next section is Navajo HIV Prevention Program. Part 2, HMS IHS PL 93638, 173,242, 39%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 210526, 144,519, 33%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 200541, $36,163 and 8%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 190521, $51,901, 12%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 180550, $3, less than 1%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 170535, $21,778, 5%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 160523, $16,481, 4%. Grand total of $444,087. Part 3, A, 173,242. B, 173,242. No increase or decrease. Part 4, vehicles and positions. Total number of positions budgeted. D is 3. E is 3. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 0. E is 0. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members? There are none. Let's go to the next section, Ms. Chavez.
Okay, the next section is Navajo Office of Environmental Health. Part 2, Navajo Nation General Fund, 113005, 46,401, 7%. HMS IHS PL 93638, 306,629 at 43%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 210528, 271,662 at 38%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K 200540, $83,643, 12%. A grand total of $708,335. Part 3, A is 306,629. B is 306,629. C, there's no increase or decrease. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted. D is 5. E is 5. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 0. E is 0. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members? Question, comment? Not, we can go to the next one, Ms. Chavez.
Next section is Public Health Emergency Preparedness Program. Part 2, ADHS FY 21-22 annual funding proposed $228,000, 32%. ADHS FY 2021 annual funding $220,328, 31%. ADHS COVID Crisis Fund $38,246 at 5%. ADHS COVID Crisis Fund, PI, $214,869 at 30%. ADHS FY 17-18 annual funding at $10,293 at 2%. Grand total of $711,735. Part 3, A is $483,735.22. B is $228,000 even, a decrease of $255,735. Part 4, total number of positions budgeted, D is 2 and E is 2. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 1, E is 1. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee, any questions? Discussion?
Question, Chair.
Honorable Halona, yes, have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. I just, I want to know why that budget was cut down so drastically. It's like over $200,000 less than last year's budget. What was all that money spent on? That's my question, Chair.
Thank you. Dr. Jim?
Well, I think one thing that there was an increase in the budget was due to COVID, so there were some increases from their original budget, and those were probably discontinued from their typical budget amount that they usually receive. So there were some increases during the pandemic, so most likely that's those were probably impacted.
Honorable Halona.
I see, yes, sir. I guess that would call for the decreases if they did spend all that on COVID stuff. Thank you.
Chair.
Honorable Wanika.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I'm always concerned about this as far as emergency preparedness. We need to do a lot of work in that respect because we really didn't have a place as a response center, and I was very concerned about that as far as being prepared. And I've mentioned it before that Navajo Nation government doesn't even have an official response plan for the nation. Only certain chapters have adopted an emergency response plan, but as a nation, we don't have one. And it's still a concern. And that's the reason why IHS was able to help us with the response plans from the federal government. And we need to work on this. And saying that because of the COVID funding, that's the reason why there was an increase in the budget. I think we need to use some of the awesome monies that are coming through to really concentrate on establishing a very good emergency response preparedness plan for any other crisis that might come our way. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Bonica. Dr. Jill Jim? To wish to add comments to Honorable Wanika's statement?
Yes, Chair Sanaa, and thank you, Honorable Wanika, and also coming down to the department during the pandemic, and we're all still in the pandemic, and just to see how our operations was laid out. But the problem is, you are correct, there isn't any infrastructure, and I think during this public health emergency, we are a subset, I guess. To me, I feel like we're an extension of the Department of Emergency Management, and that response plan that you're talking about, or the Navajo plan on responding, I think that needs to be really elevated to DEM. My hope is that I think that was a concern when the pandemic did first start. There isn't a plan that was approved, and because it was a public health emergency, it went to the department. The thing with the Navajo Department of Health is that we have had the CDC grant for a number of years, but no one would have ever prepared us to respond to this emergency. We had this whole first floor of buildings set up as an emergency operations, but with the turnovers in administration, a lot of the technology that was needed to build a operation center in this first floor really wasn't here too. So although the right plans and intentions to put this into an operation center sounded ideal, but once we actually got into using this first floor, half of the first floor as an emergency response, it really didn't, there were a lot of issues with it, and that's why we went to Doty at some point with FEMA to operate out of there, part of the operations. But my hope is that we would, as a nation, sort of invest in this emergency response, sort of that EOC building, because even at NDOT, I think that's where the CEM uses NDOT as an operations center at some point, and NDOT, as we all know, has really bad cell phone reception too. So I'm not sure if there was any proposal for an emergency and operations center in the ARPA funding because it's still related to COVID. I'm hoping that my colleagues there in the other divisions advocated for that. I try to on this end, but if I need to, I think I continue to support that sort of structure. In regards to the plan, I just hope that we can maybe address my colleague or Harlan Cleveland under that department to kind of really execute that needed plan for future disasters too. So both are really very important remarks, and I think as part of the EOC, I think my staff here that have been here the whole time and are still here really would have a lot to say on how to build that EOC to some extent, because of how we had to navigate this sort of disease that we dealt with exposures, and we dealt with trying to figure out how to communicate, making sure we have the different sections in different areas, and it has been difficult, but we now have a small team that continues to work under mainly DOH staff are still running the daily operations for the pandemic. And I wish that to some extent that long term that we do have really a multi-agency response to this plan that we want, but a building is definitely needed. We do need that infrastructure, and I hope that we can use ARPA dollars for that. But the CDC funds that we get is very limited, and it only staffs 2 people to oversee the entire response and pandemic regarding public health, and that's not enough. 2 people, one just as a supervisor, one just as an admin assistant. There isn't any staff to support the actual execution of responding to an emergency. So that's how the emergency response is staffed under this program. But we're grateful that we have this grant, because if we didn't have this, maybe we would have been a little bit more unprepared, but at least we had something in place to kind of immediately apply when the pandemic first started. So, sorry, I think I had a long response, but thank you.
Honorable Wanika, do you have follow-up?
Yes, Chair. I really appreciate Dr. Jim, for her response, because I thought for sure, she would elaborate on what my concerns were. So based on that, I think we need to maybe have a work session or something in that respect to really plan in establishing a good response plan as far as the nation is concerned. I know we always work with the chapters, helping them to establish a response plan, but I think we need to do that. I think we need to be an example to them by establishing a good response plan for the nation, and also work on getting a facility, an emergency management facility, so that there's storage and all that, instead of putting supplies wherever possible. I remember here at the BNF conference room, there was all kinds of stuff in here for a long time. So we need to really plan on it, because I don't think this is the last time we're going to go through a situation like we went through with COVID-19. So ADA, I think it would be good for HEX to take the lead in putting the plan in place, and also maybe work on getting a emergency response facility in place also. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
Thanks, sir. I agree with Mr. Delia Wanika, and also just to touch up a little bit on that emergency response center. Some of the chapters back in 2019, the summer, I think it was, they were really working heavy on the response plan, emergency response plan. Can't remember what they called it. It was disaster plan. In case we get an earthquake or some major fire comes along. And I don't know who is all collecting that data. I was kind of curious to see if what you know about it, Dr. Jim. I know the chapters were really working on it, but the only thing that I see that they didn't include in that plan, the emergency response plan that they were making, was the biological stuff that we went through. And I think, I believe that is a big step that we need to take to make sure we have one complete emergency response plan for the Navajo Nation as a whole. And also the facility, I've been advocating that facility for several months now, years. And we need to, if we start out with one facility in one location, we can figure out how it works best for us, and then build 2 or 3 more spread out around the Navajo Nation. And just like Wanika said, we have a place to store all the stuff that we need in case we have an emergency response. And to have to run around at the last minute trying to find the money to put it in place and purchase it, and doing all the allocations and legislations and all the resolutions together to get that done. And we all know it takes a lot of time to get things done here, because the 164 process, the way it's sitting right now. But we need to, again, like I said, we need to start working on an emergency response center, a main center to that, where, during the off season when there's no emergency going on, we could use that as a training center for equipment operators, training center for the chapter officials, the grading officials. You know, we don't have a main training center, a center here on the Navajo Nation either. We just get to meet here and there at different departments and different rooms that are available. But if we had an office where we can do all the training in one area, and then again, it'll spread it out as time goes on, have more than one location. So I'd like to see about talking to you a little bit more about that, Doc, and get some support on your side, because like you said, right now, the Mission Command Center is still operational right now. I think the last place I think that we're at was at the Education Center. But it takes a lot of time and different things that you have to do to keep moving that office around, and you don't need to be doing that during the emergency. Okay, so that's my response to that. Thank you for listening, and I'd like to get your support on that emergency center, command center, Dr. Jim. Thank you.
Thank you, Helena. Any further comment, discussion, committee members? If not, let's, Ms. Chavez, let's go to the next section.
Okay, the next section is Navajo Public Health Nursing Program. Part 2, HMS IHS PL 93638, $3,260,026, 17%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K210534, $3,178,416 at 16%. HMS IHS PL 93638, 200538, $2,783,801 at 14%. HMS IHS PL 93638, 190518, $2,696,851, 14%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K180547, $2,633,035, 14%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K170532, $2,400,834, 12%. HMS IHS PL 93638, K160520, $2,500,281, 13%. A grand total of $19,456,294. Part 3, A is $3,260,026. B, $3,260,026. No increase or decrease in C. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted. D is 14, E is 14. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 8 and E is 8. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members. Question, discussion, comment? Okay, Ms. Chavez, let's go to the next one.
Okay, the next one is Navajo Special Diabetes Program. Part 2, H1D1 IHS 0199-23-00, $6,483,988 and 41%. H1D1 IHS 0199-23-00, K200517, $3,742,831, 24%. H1D1 IHS 0199-23-00 K190533, $5,479,134.35. Grand total of $15,705,953. Part 3, A is $3,241,999. B, $6,483,988. Increase of $3,241,994. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted. B is 84, E is 84. Total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 38, and E is 38. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members?
Chair.
Questions? Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Yes, looking at part 3, 2001 personnel expense, and then also part 4 with the number of positions budgeted. The personnel expense almost doubled, or it looks like more than doubled by 400,000 or something like that. But the increase as far as personnel, the number of positions remained the same. And also, with the number of positions, what does the personnel do? Do they go from chapter to chapter about providing information? Because the only person that comes to our chapter most of the time is Roy Dempsey, a liaison for the 45th hospital. Other than that, I hardly see anybody coming to present on diabetes. What are those positions for? Thank you, Chair.
Dr. Jim, and it looks like you have Eric Gale on special assignment.
Yes, sir. I do have a delegated, Eric Gale. He's not in the room right now, but I can speak to the responsibilities for most of the health programs during the pandemic. We've been actually assigned to the Health Command Operations Center. A lot of my staff are on reassignment from different divisions to upkeep the response to the pandemic. So there has been limited services. Of course, they weren't able to provide direct services, and their contracts and funders did allow for their approval to be responders. Under the Department of Health Plan of Operation, all the programs, including in the IHS contract, we are to respond to public health emergencies. So with that said, yes, there has not been a lot of direct services for diabetes that have been provided during the pandemic. The reason why you see an increase is there's an additional award in that amount, the $3.7 million there that was added to their contract. So because there was some additional funding, but also I think there was some delayed their 5-year agreement. I think the SCPI sort of that time, the date range on those are different. So I would just like to just iterate that's not their typical annual funding award. There is an additional amount, so that's why you see the large increase. Of course, we are still in the pandemic. I have the wellness centers are not open as due to reasons of COVID, so there hasn't been a lot of direct patient contact, not only at chapter houses or anywhere. The booths were going to be set up again at certain places like flea markets, but due to the Delta variant, I know that staff are holding off on doing any face-to-face education. But I know that they are providing more social media. If you go to their social media webpage, I think they are adding information about harvesting and making certain nutritional information. And so they are conducting more virtual events, even though we would like to do face-to-face events. So that's where we're at, Chair, with the response in regards to not seeing education out there in the community. And I think we're going to remain reducing face-to-face contact till we see numbers go back down again. So I tried to encourage all the programs to offer online virtual videos and events for individuals to participate in, so that can avoid any face-to-face contact. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. Committee, any follow-up questions, statements, comments? Go ahead, Priscilla. Oh, Jay, I mistook your long way from the microphone, I can tell.
Thank you, Chair, committee members, Dr. Jill, presenters. Go ahead. So, I have the same. I guess it could be a concern, but it's just kind of what is the right word for it? It's hard to kind of understand why the numbers would double, total from 3 million to 6 million. Of course, we are still in the pandemic area. Of course, a lot of our communication is meetings is virtual, but you also see the travel expenses that it went up by 141,000 plus. This tremendous jump is what kind of something that you can't avoid. But notice, I don't mean to jump ahead, but the following section, the following page, the next section, WIC, is the same way also. Jumps from 3.3 million to 7.0. Of course, you can't help but notice those enormous jumps. And the travel expense. And I'll tell you what people say in the ocean you in the social media. People do not understand that we have work to do. With the HESI committee, we have to go on site sometimes at these educational facilities. UNM, Navajo Technical University, Navajo Prep. We've been planning one to go to Richfield for the residential school there. Ako kat ego iya nan shindas tio net on hike it tita. Ako do. Okay, it like I said, it's something that you can't help but notice. Palit ego iya ti yun zago iya tahoda iya la khata nil tela with the diabetes program and also on the farm section of the program. Iya, they at Balkonsen auto even at Ohio Dolly. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, actually, Honorable Begay, I guess, Dr. Jim, in addition to the committee's comments, how do we then coordinate special diabetes program with the health education? Coordinating and I guess that'll be the end of my question, Dr. Jim.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize for not having Mr. Gale on the call, but I did check with him on the 3.7 million. As I think I was hinting at was they were funded late because there's the congressional funding was appropriations was done late. So there probably needs to be a discussion, a discussion plus probably a report of how those $3.7 million can be spent by December. So I would like to request if you want follow-up that we need to do a follow-up to the committee to address the $3.7 million that needs to be spent. I know there was also efforts to try to figure out how to improve access to services. When the numbers went down, staff went back to their areas. Diabetes is a concern. It's an ongoing disease that could be associated with other people could have high blood pressure or other symptoms, and there's also a lot of behaviors that could increase one's risk of getting diabetes, especially during the pandemic where there is stress and, of course, probably lack of physical activity and taking care of yourself and eating healthy. And that is a really large concern, and hopefully the team can figure out ways to address non-virtual sort of activities. One thing that I think Mr. Gale is looking at is trying to figure out how to increase services. So I would like to request a follow-up to address expanding services during the pandemic and also addressing the $3.7 million that needs to be spent by December, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want it in a revisit or a separate item where the group could provide a report to the committee?
I would say a separate item, Chair. This is Dr. Jim.
Okay. Ms. Angelita Benali, please make note of that. And Dr. Jim, it may occur as soon as August 16th.
Chair.
Honorable Wanika,
Yeah,
you have the floor.
I appreciate the recommendation by Dr. Jim, but I think we need to also revisit this so that the numbers can be explained, because we need to get the I think that will help us as far as the budget is concerned.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Haluna. Let's one do a revisit to this particular program, and then also schedule a separate report. And like I said, as soon as it could happen, as soon as September 16th. And Dr. Jim, going back to the health emergencies response plan, EEG, it seems like it's multi-agency, public safety, emergency management, EMS, and perhaps even general services. That and we would schedule a separate time, convene a meeting to discuss that. As Honorable Wanika said, looks like it'll take this committee to take a lead role. Thank you. And okay, that takes us to, is it the last one? Ms. Chavez. Can we do the next one, Navajo WIC nutrition programs?
Okay. Part 2 for WIC, USDA Nutrition Service Administration, $7,072,470, 1%. USDA Food, $4,427,502, 38%. WIC Program, BFP, $114,639, 1%. Overall total of $11,614,611. Part 3A, $3,379,186. B, $7,072,470. Increase of $3,137,592. Part 4, positions and vehicles. Total number of positions budgeted, D is 51, E is 50. Total number of vehicles budgeted, D is 12, and E is 12. Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Chavez. Committee members, question, discussion, comment?
Chair.
Honorable Monica, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. This budget is similar to the one was just read into the record, as Honorable Delegate McGay said. So I think we need to include this in the revisit with the special diabetes program, because the WIC nutrition program is almost similar as far as the amount of changes in the budget, over $3 million, $3,137,592 increase. So there has to be some explanation as far as why the big changes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Wanika. Dr. Jim, do you have a response? And then we will also schedule it for a revisit.
Honorable Chair, and also Honorable Manika, I agree with both of those recommendations for a revisit for WIC and special diabetes. Thank you.
Committee members, that brings us to the budget presentation. There's one more section regarding unmet needs. This would be if the committee endorses this unmet need request, then it would become part of the budget request. Ms. Chavez, can you review Form 1 with the committee?
Form 1 for business unit number 113001. IDC allocation, 147,962 at 37%. General funds, 55,270 at 14%. And then UUFB unmet need is at $92,037, 49%. Overall, 395,269. Part 3A, 750,000. B, $192,037, a difference of negative $557,963. Part 4, vehicles, total number of positions budgeted. B is 0, E is 2, total number of vehicles budgeted. D is 0, E is 0. Chair? Oh, I'm sorry, next page, Form 2, Business Unit 113001, Part 3, Goal Statements, Enforce Enabling Legislation, Program Performance, Medicaid Agency, Goal Statement, Enforce Enabling Legislation, Program Performance, Navajo Emergency Medical Transport Law. There's one each for all 4 quarters. There.
Thank you, Ms. Chavez, committee members. This is an issue that we've dealt with, non-emergency, what is it? Non-emergency medical transport. Dr. Jim, if you would give us a overview of the intent and purposes of this budget request.
Thank you, Shana, for that question. Currently, there really isn't any additional funding. The last time, we have not received any new funding since 2019. There was a budget in there for some temporary staff. When this administration started and that expired, those funding expired, there was no carryover. In 2019, before the pandemic, we were discussing how to listen to the non-emergency transport drivers and do a new application. So we began a new application process, but right when we were starting the application process and looking into it, the pandemic started. And so there was really no staffing after October 2019 to maintain the program. So we were using executive staff that was myself and Ms. Francis to collect applications. Through that application process, we did collect checks and stuff to do the application, but we never cashed any of those checks. So all the non-emergency transport drivers that have been approved to operate for access in New Mexico and Utah remain the same. There has been no intake of new applicants. Everything has remained the same. And so there really isn't personnel to support this. We did get a fund management plan that was approved, but that didn't get approved, and we weren't able to deposit those funding until the spring of 2020. 22. So there was some time, or there was some delayed trying to get the fund management plan approved so we can establish an account. So we did lose around over $240,000 that went back into the general funds of previously collected dollars that were supposed to support the staffing for these positions. So because we didn't have a fund management plan, that funding is no longer accessible, and there is no budget account yet established. And so with all of that, I am requesting for additional support to start up or the non-emergency transport, just getting the application started again to support this. But there is, of course, the compliance part where they would need to be in compliance with the legislation on updating their insurance policies. So it requires a lot of work. We have sometimes like these 1.5-inch binders for some companies that are like 4 or 5 binders that we have to sort through. So so with that kind of manpower, I do need staff separate from myself and Ms. Francis, who oversees other stuff through the 638, to just be solely dedicated to making sure that the office is operable. And so that would be kind of the extent of the non-emergency medical transportation needs. I would like to get that started. There is more work that needs to be done with the HES committee. We would need to just address this unfunded mandate to ensure that we are in compliance, but I know there has been discussions with Honorable Slater and other individuals to relook at the legislation, because I don't know if it's okay to say that it might have been poorly written, and we need to make sure that it works for Navajo transportation drivers and the Navajo Nation, and is it really serving the best needs that we would want to going forward? How does it look? So I know that there are over 70 companies that are under access. There are less than probably 5 companies that are actually considered Navajo-owned. So I believe that the Navajo Nation's intent was to support Navajo-owned or Native American-owned businesses, and the current legislation does not support only Native-owned businesses. It mainly supports either foreign or non-Navajo businesses that operate out of the metro areas and whatnot. So there is a lot of concern on my end to ensure that we are doing this in the best interest of the Navajo Nation, and also really looking at generating revenue for the Navajo Nation, as we have lost Peabody and also the NGS as well. So I would like to explore those those options with leadership, and understanding how non-emergency medical transport can be a benefit if we were to directly contract with the nation, between Access and the Navajo Nation. So those are my intention, is to really just get staffing to manage the office, but also there needs to be a lot of work on the site with finding ways to resolve, amending the legislation possibly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jim. And I guess the other is, we still have the non-Navajo companies that still operate outside of Navajo Nation authority, because they are quote unquote licensed by the state of Arizona. And so that's, and in effect, and I'm not reserved in saying that we're losing revenue to those particular companies. And so that aspect, if we could rewrite the legislation as well as to get a better handle on how to proceed with the fund management plan. Committee members, in that regard, this will, one, to add it to the budget as unmet needs, but it also will require legislation to address the items that Dr. Jim outlined to us. So with AILA committee members, we are at the end of our review. We've asked for a revisit.
Chair.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Wanika.
Yeah, on this particular item, unmet needs, I want to request for a revisit on this because it looks like this is going to become an action item. So we do the revisit. I think on some of those items, I think we probably would have to have a quorum so that we can make decisions. Adding this or approving the unmet needs request. That's it all. Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Ron Haven, you have the
Hi.
floor. Thank you for being on the call.
Yes, sir. Just a reminder, under your BIM, you have a schedule on your budget for 2022. It does indicate the reference to when the Oversight Committee does meet, and it does make reference to August 4th to the 11th, and it does indicate that you will approve your legislation within that time period. Now, you have talked about the revisits. I'm not entirely sure. I do apologize the dates you have mentioned, but this is according to the schedule that I'm looking at now. The other thing is that you do have a regular meeting tomorrow, and then on Thursday, you do have scheduled to meet again. And just a reminder, I guess to Angelita, that you do need to put out, if it's not already out there, just your 24-hour notice. So that recommendation would have to be done this afternoon if it hasn't already been put out. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Haven. Ms. Angelita Benali.
Yes, Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. What we have is we do have an agenda that's posted, and it does mention all of the revisits. However, I did get a communication from the Division of General Services that they also are requesting a revisit. So that needs to be added to the agenda tomorrow. And then I have listed all of the 6 legislations from the 6 individual divisions and departments and administrations for their legislation that has their budget summary attached. And so we can get that one done by the 11th. The 12th, there is a Navajo committee meeting on the 12th. However, Health, Education, Human Services Committee can also meet again. And I've already submitted the request for HES to meet on Thursday, August 12th. I don't have an agenda out. I think that what I would like to do is post an agenda with the 6 legislations for the 12th in case HES does not get to them by tomorrow. But I think there's a couple of items for revisits for the Department of Human Resources. And then there's a revisit for just a one item revisit for like Doty. And I forget which ones else. Social Services had a revisit, and then the Department of Health has the most issues to be revisited.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Haven, go ahead.
Yeah, apologize for our, this is, just maybe a reminder, for Thursday. I'm not sure again here, if this is gonna go beyond, Wednesday, perhaps, some clarification whether there was a request for the, special meeting for Thursday that was taken care of. If not, I would suggest that also just be a reminder on my part. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Angelina Benally. I already submitted the request for a special meeting on Thursday, and I submitted it to the Speaker's office yesterday.
Okay. Could we amend that request to go committee members? I'm going to ask that we convene at 8. We'll try to take care of as much as we can tomorrow with the revisits and the adoption of the legislation. If something takes too long, then Thursday morning we could address it before Navikiyate committee members. Ashbiva. We need a quorum of 4 to proceed on Thursday morning. That means Helena will have to get up early.
Chair, this is Dr. Jim.
Oh, yes, go ahead.
I have a suggestion, Chanel. I'm wondering if these revisits are more externally funded and the majority of the approval for the legislation is for the general funds. I'm just wondering if there's a way, an option that if we don't get to all the external fund issues, that we can schedule a different meeting. I'm just wondering I've heard of situations like this, I guess, that the budget hearing process is mainly for general fund budgets. And if this is more externally funded, I'm just thinking if there are other options. Thank you.
Okay, who's our budget expert? Mr. Haven, could we get an answer to Dr. Jim's question after you confer with Chief Legislative Counsel? And perhaps that answer can come tomorrow.
Okay, we'll have an answer tomorrow, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes,
this is
Mr.
Angelina
Nolly.
Benally. So the committee, somebody came to my door asking me a question for clarification, but so tomorrow, Thursday, the committee wishes to meet at 8 o'clock. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then on the agenda, I'm going to list just the budget legislations then.
The thing is, yes, just in case, list them.
Okay.
Because what we want to do tomorrow is do the revisits and then do the legislation.
Yes.
We'll see how far we get.
Okay.
And then Thursday morning we'll see what we can do with what doesn't get addressed on Wednesday.
Yes, and I think that to Dr. Jill Jim's statement about the external funds and the general funds, I think with the external funds, if there's an issue in previous audits and how Navajo Nation handles those external funds, that would have an impact on future funding, on favorable future funding for Navajo Nation. I think that that would be a primary concern. But if it's to clarify how services are provided using those external funds, then, you know, that I think could be discussed in possibly a future work session, you know, for clarification and planning before the fiscal year starts. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Benali. Dr. Jim, Deja, basically, are these external funds that we highlighted to be revisited, do they have general funds as matching, or are they all 100% external?
So diabetes and WIC is 100% external.
Okay. How about the health education?
All external as well for health education.
Okay. All right. Committee members,
Mr. Chair?
so we'll, yes, go ahead.
Just Ron Haven again. I just talked to Chief Legislative Counsel Dana Barbroff, and she did indicate that the references, the tab there that you all have been talking about insofar as the federal fundings, the federal contracts, she said those should be provided, has been provided by the program as a matter of courtesy, and also that it's what's important for us now is just the current purposes, it's just the general funds, Navajo Nation, and basically it may be necessary to go ahead and proceed with the general funds and then revisit at some other point the federal grants, that type of things. But the time frames, in order to meet the time frames, I would suggest to focus probably, with all due respect, the general funds. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you. Yes, let's address it at a different time. The main aspect is the general fund budget. And then the other is committee members. That would also open the door for us to review the federal external funds for social services, duty, because I don't recall reviewing the external funds like we did with Department of Health. And Dr. Jim, I really appreciate the fact that you were willing to give us this step-by-step process with the external funds. It really gives us a good view of what you're responsible for. Thank you. With that, those clarifications, committee members, and Ms. Benali, we're convening at 10 a.m. Am I correct?
I'm sorry, tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Yes, it's a regular meeting of the Health Education and Human Services Committee.
Okay. Committee members, we have a regular meeting tomorrow. With that, if there's no additional comments, questions, or discussion, This budget hearing is adjourned. Thank you to everyone that was on this call, and most especially Dr. Jim and Miss Francis and Miss Chavez and the other folks that Miss Jones, who provided answers to the committee's questions and comments. We appreciate that. But Ayla, we are adjourned. Have a good evening, rest up, and we'll address the legislations tomorrow.